Hello to my fellow glorious Gaians. Thank you for joining me, Amber, on my channel, Guidance Through Gaia, where I do tarot pick a card readings. If this is your first time here, welcome. I hope that you find something that resonates with you here. Otherwise, if you are a returning viewer, thank you for giving me another opportunity to read your energy. The question that we are dealing with today is, what would have happened had the two of you met sooner? And so this is intended to be a fun, romantic question, but of course sometimes the way messages are intended to be delivered are not always the way that the messages are received. So this could, if you're curious about a different type of connection, still apply to your situation. And there also may be serious messages that enter into the conversation here today. Sometimes when we're looking at the past, we can see how the past versions of ourselves may not have been our best selves. We can also see how maybe in the past we handled situations or we behaved in manners that were more aligned with our ideals and our dreams. So while my intention is just to have fun and play around with this, I do want to forewarn you that there could be some serious situations that arise here. The way that this reading is going to occur is that we have these pre-shuffled, pre-dealt oracle cards, and they are stacked in pairs. And so if you're unfamiliar with this format, typically what we do is we have cards that represent person A, we have cards that represent person B. In this situation, person A is intended to be the querent and person B the person that you are asking about, but those energies could be swapped for any reason. The energies that are being discussed here are as they would have been in the past. So think about your past version of yourself, and knowing that that pile is for you is going to be, it's going to require you to identify which energy resonates with who you were when you were younger. And then we are going to use, after we define these characters in the scenario, we're going to use two separate tarot decks in order to identify different questions, such as how would you have reacted to them? What would your first impression have been of them? So on and so forth. To be honest, I haven't completely figured out what questions I'm going to ask. And then just for some more fun, we're going to pull out some charms. All right. We have three piles here, as is usual, and they are identified by stickers. So pile number 1, your sticker is Life is Great. Pile number 2, your sticker is this bear that has the forest inlay. And pile number 3, you have this purple pink Volkswagen Beetle car. All right, so go ahead, choose your pile or piles, and I will see you there. Bye. Hi, group number 1, you chose Life is Great, and this will be your reading on what would have happened had the two of you met sooner. So this over here is going to represent person A, and this is intended to represent you as the viewer. Then this pile over here is going to represent person B, intended to be the individual that you are asking about. However, these energies could be swapped. I'm really excited. I just bought the Mean Girls Tarot deck today, and I thought it would be great to pair up with the Villain Tarot deck, because this reading invokes in me like a sense of nostalgia, and I also tend to feel very nostalgic with pop culture, and the fact that this one is like this bright pink and this one is like this dark purple black, I love the differences that we have here. So I'm treating right now the sticker as kind of the connecting energy. This represents the phase in the life that the universe is addressing this pretend scenario. So at your point in life and in this person's point in life, both of you are feeling really good. Now, this is a subjective experience, okay? Sometimes we have the feeling of life is great because the trajectory of our life is heading in a direction that makes us feel really excited at that time. There are occasions where when we reflect back on those moments, we see them differently and we realize like, oh, that wasn't as great. Or even though I felt that way, I didn't understand I was leading into a future that was going to be extremely difficult for me. I'm not trying to be like a Debbie Downer here. You know, it could be that for one or both of you, life truly was great at this point in time. But sometimes even, you know, like if someone struggles with substance abuse or whatnot, they can have these feelings of like euphoria that aren't truly representative of how life is going for them, but more so the addiction that they have given into. So we're going to see if these cards expand upon this sentiment more, but I just wanted to clarify that for some of you, your life in this mock scenario could have truly been amazing, but for others of you, it might have just felt that way at the time, and reflecting on it in present day, you're able to go like, it wasn't that great. We are going to take a look at the profiles of each person first before we get into the tarot, and then after we talk about the profiles of each individual, what we will do afterward is explore the questions we'll be asking. I've written them down, and then we will get into getting the answers for those questions. Let me just rearrange some stuff here. Okay. So, for person A, we have card number 44 with 6th house sustainability. We have card number 23 with the gift. And we have the looking glass card. And then person number B, we have card number 36 with Midheaven Pinnacle in reverse. We have card number 40 with Oh Sunny Day. And then we have the card Lust. So we are going to address the profile of person A first, and then we will move on to person B. I'm going to pull up my notes just in case. I do usually like to read the oracle cards before I get into the actual reading itself. Sometimes I do it strictly intuitively, but very rarely. So, we'll refer to person A as looking glass and person B as lust. Okay? So, with the person, with looking glass person, we have 6th house sustainability. Okay, 6th house is ruled by Virgo, and it's also ruled by, therefore, Mercury. Now, not everybody's 6th house is ruled by Virgo. And not everybody has Mercury in their 6th house. So it may be worth checking out your own chart to see where this placement is and what it rules. Just for the hell of it, just to see kind of what was your priority at this point in your life. But the 6th house talks about our daily habits. It talks about our exercise routine, our communication habits, our friendships, our work routines, our recreational activities, and the digestive system and nervous systems are also heavily related to this house due to it traditionally being ruled by Virgo. 4-4 being the number here shows me a balance, as does this image here. We have someone who is in a yoga pose. It looks like all of their chakras are lit up and they're balancing this wheel here with a heavy emphasis on like the crown. I think that's is that the crown or the, yeah, it's gotta be the crown because the third eye is right there. So I think at this point in the Looking Glass's life, they were very much trying to balance their life out. This could be somebody who, and it kind of confirms that to me with like the way this hair is blowing. Somebody who in the past may have struggled with health issues, whether that be physical health or mental health. And they may have gotten to a point in their life where they were starting to take those issues more seriously and try to balance themselves out. I think this person was also very focused on identifying the small steps that would require that would assist them in reaching their longer term goals. I think this person is and was very cerebral, someone who was looking to the future in a practical way. They had their dreams, their goals, their ambitions, and they were at a point in life where they were trying to figure out, okay, how do I achieve that? Mercury is about communication. And so this may have been a time when this person was reassessing their relationships or how they communicated with others. They may have been working on their emotional regulation. They could have been also networking, especially if this was at a point in time when the Looking Glass was somebody who was like a young adult or an adult, somebody who was encouraged or expected to be at a phase in their life where they were considering their future. This is somebody who at this point in time was already or learning how to become very disciplined. They could have been re-examining the types of foods that they ate. I wouldn't be surprised if at this point in time someone that the Looking Glass person had maybe changed their diet, their dietary preferences. They could have gone vegan, vegetarian, maybe tried keto, maybe kept track of their water. This is somebody who was probably very seriously researching or studying if they were of school age or in any kind of like educational institution. It could have been like a broader sense of study. Otherwise, it could have been that they were looking very much into, for instance, places they wanted to live, especially if they wanted to move out of state or live abroad. They could have been working on learning a new language if they felt that it would have helped their career. They could have been researching different methods to expand their artistic strengths. They could have been looking into different companies or different forms of exercise, or really just a variety of things. Expanding anything that would expand their knowledge and their capabilities. The gift, this card talks very directly about the feeling of excitement we have and curiosity before we open a gift, before we realize a dream. So especially with the mirror here as well, and the focus being on the crown chakra, I think this was a kind of a transitionary period, or the building of a foundation. I don't think this person had achieved the success quite yet that they were looking for, but they were very excited about it. You know, if they were looking to move, they were very excited about getting their own place, about learning a new language, about seeing different sceneries or experiencing different foods. If this was somebody who was researching different skills that they could utilize in their craft, I think they were very excited, imagining the ways in which they could apply that and seeing themselves as becoming very successful in this field. If they were studying for school, I think they were very excited at the prospect of achieving high grades, potentially earning recognitions for higher grades, and thinking about maybe, like, if this was high school age, or even like undergrad or grad school, like looking at higher levels of education, you know, master's, PhD, that sort of thing, thinking about the different institutions that they could apply to, the different programs that they could apply to. And I think this was somebody who really saw a future at this point in their life that was bright for them. The looking glass here is talking about finding inner power and recognizing it, exercising it, and looking into what the soul is saying. So this is somebody who was very intent to follow their passions. This is a dream that they might have seen their entire life, or they may have just recently at this point discovered clarity on it. And I think that there was this sense of passion and invigoration where they, even though they knew that it would take hard work, they felt very confident about their ability to achieve it. Likewise, they might not have necessarily understood the lengths it would take to achieve that success. They could have been kind of like drunk in love, you know, with the idea of like winning, gaining notoriety, achieving something, and they might have been very lost in fantasy about what the situation was. I'm noticing we have a lot of emphasis on the hands here, so I do feel that for as cerebral as this was, the situation, like thinking about it and researching it, imagining it, this person was also behaving in a way that was very practical. They could have been very spiritual at this point in time, although I don't necessarily think that the looking glass person had to be. But if they were spiritual, they could have been somebody who was praying consistently for it, or utilizing manifestation techniques. I keep looking back to this hair and I'm thinking of like getting carried away. This card also does talk about the magical space between dream and truths, and the concept of like whimsy and excitement and curiosity. So that leads me to believe that this person was probably at a point where they were still very young in their life. So like young adulthood to early adulthood, because I don't feel that they had enough. And this isn't that this is inevitable, but I feel like a lot of times as we get older, due to understanding how the outside world works and how long it can take to achieve dreams, and sometimes that others may have benefits that we do not, We might not get as excited about things as we did when we were younger. So I think that this person probably was in a situation where they were very young, but not necessarily. This person, the looking glass person, could just be an idealist overall. Okay? Now, let's move on to the lust person. So we have the midheaven with pinnacle in reverse, number 36. So the midheaven is the highest point where I believe it is like the sun is in our birth chart. And it really represents our sense of purpose and our reputation. It's also called the MC in your birth chart. So like my MC is, I believe, in Cancer. And how I've been able to fulfill my sense of purpose, because Cancers tend to be very nurturing, is by being like a CNA. You know, I really crave helping others and providing stability for them, and Cancers are very good at offering that. But I think this person right here was not in a position where they were necessarily aware or concerned about what their purpose in life was. And I don't think that they were particularly concerned about how others viewed them. To me, this is giving almost like very hedonist vibes, which I'm a self-described partial hedonist. I got too much Libra in me to really want to do things that I don't want to do. But I think this person the lust person may have been somebody at this point in time who was unaware of what they wanted to do in life. Maybe they hadn't had the opportunity to explore that for themselves, or maybe they had just not found the answer. They might have even been in a position where they didn't particularly care, especially if both of these people were younger at this point in time in this fantasy scenario. The lust person could have just been really enjoying life, enjoying being alive, enjoying experiencing life, enjoying all of their physical senses. And so with 40 here, we have Oh Sunny Day. This card specifically talks about new beginnings with a sense of luck and optimism. And it talks about always being facing the rising of the sun. And not necessarily looking at when it sets. So this person, I think, was also, just as I believe the looking glass person was, an idealist. This could have been somebody who was also maybe not necessarily an idealist, but somebody who, oh gosh, what do you call it? This could have been somebody who was ignoring, and that's not the word that I wanted to use, but somebody who was like ignoring the things that were ending. This could have been somebody who, in situations of conflict, may have, avoidant. Yes, this may have been an avoidant person. They could have avoided conversations where there were conflict. They could have ignored taking accountability for times when maybe they were inappropriate or were unsuccessful. I think that this is something that at times did work for them, because I feel like they didn't get stuck in the past a lot. I think this allowed them to move on from situations that were unfavorable. But I also think that this caused difficulty in developing emotional maturity. And this could have just been, maybe this person wasn't at a point in their life where they were ready to mature emotionally. Maybe, they were at a part where they're like, I just want to have fun. Otherwise, I think this could also indicate somebody who didn't want to fixate on difficulties because they were just a very sensitive person. And they were kind of trying to survive. On a healthier level, I do think this is somebody who always saw the bright side of everything, who was able to appreciate the moment. I think this is somebody who did very much live in the moment. The looking glass person is probably somebody who was more, what do you call it? Well, they may have tended to live in their head more. I think the lust person tended to live in the physical world more. The looking glass person may have been somebody who was very apt to focusing on the future, whereas I believe the lust person tended to be somebody who was very much focused on the now. It's interesting here because we have, well, first of all, we have umbrellas with both of these cards over here. So while I was just thinking about how different these two individuals were at this point in their lives, it does also seem like there's some similarities here. The umbrella to me can talk about, I don't know why I can't, no shade. I mean, yes, umbrellas do provide shade. Could have been used to, umbrellas are used to protect ourselves from like harmful sun rays, but also from, inclement weather like rain. But I also kind of think of like Mary Poppins, carrying us away to the next adventure. But here with this mushroom, on this mushroom stalk, you have ladybugs. And so ladybugs often represent blessings and good luck. I think that the lust person has, especially in their younger years, experienced a lot of luck. This might have been somebody who did like extreme sports or dangerous things, or maybe had been careless with responsibilities, but always somehow made it. It's kind of like the universe was protective over them. I think this person also realized that they were just kind of sitting on blessings. It's the thought that keeps popping in my head, like sitting on blessings, like they knew that good things were going to come their way. Now, one thing I want to jump back to is that the midheaven card in reverse can represent like struggling or rebelling against tradition or expectation. So they may have grown up in a rigid environment, and whether it was because of family expectations or cultural traditions, they may have been like a black sheep of the family. They may have diverted away. So for instance, if someone grew up with like law enforcement family, or very religious in a religious family, it's not necessarily uncommon for the offspring, the children of those environments, to behave in extreme ways that go against that grain. And even if it wasn't that extreme, say maybe their family just wanted them to be a housewife and have a lot of kids and stay home, and they just decided, no, I'm not going to do that, and they went off and got, a higher education, that could have been their own form of rebellion. But I feel like, especially, facing forward, not looking at the sun setting, but looking at it rising each day, this person was really focused on creating their own identity and setting themselves apart from the people around them. Now, I also am hearing that for some people, the lust person could have a history of addiction within their family. And maybe that was the tradition that they were struggling with. And then the lust card here does talk about being consumed. Now, this could have been somebody who was very focused on themselves physically. So they might have had like strong Venus or Leo placements. Libra or Leo placements. This could have been somebody that got quite a bit of attention at this point in their life. This could have also been somebody who was very physically intimate. But even lust, like it doesn't necessarily have to deal with like physical lust. They could have just had like a lust for life. They could have had a feeling of being consumed by enjoying life outside of responsibilities, outside of their, building a healthy reputation. This could have been somebody who, yes, liked to party a lot, but maybe also just instead liked to indulge in making a lot of monetary purchases, like really nice things. This could have been somebody who was very focused on their physical appearance. This could have been somebody who may have prioritized like traveling a lot because it was just something that they craved and that they were obsessed with. At the end of this, these both seem like two very different people, but I can see how there's a connection between the two of them. They're both living life at this point in time in a way that makes them feel good. I feel like there's a lot of heavy water or fire here. And over here might be more air and earth. So they have like the same goal to just live this really fulfilling life, but I think they were going about it completely differently. So now we're going to get into each individual's tarot. We have 6 questions we're going to be looking at. So question number 1 is going to be the first impression that, for instance, Looking Glass would have had about lust. And number 2 would be, how did Looking Glass perceive themselves in comparison to lust? And number 3 would be, what did Looking Glass notice first about lust? 4 is what would they have liked about lust. 5 is what they would have disliked about lust. And then 6 is like, what kind of action would they have taken towards lust? And so we're going to start off with Looking Glass person, and then we'll move on to lust. Now, because these are very specific, like, decks, their booklets actually have references to the media that they are presenting, and so I kind of want to use the books as well. And these are brand new. This will be the first like full reading that I've actually used the Mean Girls tarot deck on. I broke them in a little bit for some personal things, but not enough to really like warm the deck up. So I'm hoping we don't get any situations where like cards really stick together. Okay, so we want 1 card per question. And because of the risk of these cards sticking together, because they're so new, I will probably only be taking the top card. For each question. So how would what would have been the Looking Glass's first impression of lust? I just can't get over the hair on the gift card. Oh my God. Okay. I will accept, because they are very different. So question number 1, we've got the Hanged Man and the 5 of Plastics, which is the 5 of Pentacles. Okay, so how would the Looking Glass person have perceived themselves in comparison to the Lust person? Okay, the Page of Plastics, clarified by the 7 of Daggers in reverse. What would the Looking Glass person have first noticed about the Lust person? The 2 of Daggers in reverse. I think I want to rearrange this a little bit. And I apologize, I'm a little bit like sluggish with this one, but I think it's because it's been such a long time since I've done like a reading energy like this. So please bear with me. Oh, I think my boyfriend is calling me, but let me just get this sorted out first. So what would the Looking Glass person have, what would they have liked about the Lust person? Wow. Okay. We'll see. Wow. We've got the Wheel of Fortune clarified by the Ace of Cups, the Ace of Flames, and Justice. Okay, okay. And then what would the Looking Glass person have disliked about the Lust person? The 10 of Flames. And then what actions would the Looking Glass person have taken towards the Lust person? The Queen of Flames with the Empress in reverse. I don't know if I'm going to, I don't know. I just felt like kind of doing the bottom of the deck. So we've got the Tower. All right, guys, I'm going to pause this for just a second. All right, so let's get back into it, group number 1. So the Looking Glass's first impression of the Lust person is the Hanged Man and the 5 of Plastics. Now, we are going to, as I mentioned earlier, take a look within the contents of the tarot guidebook, because this does have quotes that relate to the movie itself. But just intuitively, what I'm getting is that the Looking Glass sees the Lust person as someone different, someone unusual. And I think there's a certain level of uneasiness about them that they have, because we have the Hanged Man, but also the 5 of Plastics, which is the 5 of Coins. And that talks about being different, being left behind. It could be that the Looking Glass feels that this is a person who may be an outcast, but it could also be that the Looking Glass sees Lust as somebody that maybe they don't feel they should necessarily associate with. As we can see, we have these characters here. One has clearly passed some gas, and the other one is kind of repelled by them. So I sense this level of maybe discomfort, and it could be that they think that maybe this person is kind of trouble. It could also be that they feel that maybe that their personalities just aren't compatible, or that their interests aren't aligned. So for instance, because the looking glass person comes off as somebody who's very like goal oriented, and very driven in terms of their success, they may see lust as somebody who could potentially hinder that, be a distraction, or be somebody who would be a negative influence, or somebody who could potentially like smudge their reputation, if you will. Let's see. I want to see what we have for the quotes here. Jason, why are you such a skis? You were supposed to call me last night. When the Hanged Man card is pulled, patience will be required. Expect delays in your plans and be willing to let go to gain a new perspective. Don't we all wish Jason wasn't hanging around anymore? And then upright it says, Jason, you do not come to a party at my house with Gretchen and then scam some poor innocent girl right in front of us 3 days later. She's not interested. And then with the 5 of plastics, we have, I don't know that this one, yeah, this one doesn't have quotes. It might just be mostly the major arcana. But it's still an interesting read. When you have to sit behind the kid in math who farts a lot, you know things are bad. This must maybe a time of hardship, loss, and isolation. You may be feeling abandoned by friends or even disgraced by your own actions. But also, like that kid's fart, this too shall pass. So yeah, I definitely feel that the looking glass individual felt like that there was some distance that had to be, or would feel, in this scenario, that there was distance that would be appropriate to be put in place between them and lust. So number 2 is how the looking glass person would have perceived themselves in comparison to the lust person. And we have the Page of Plastic with the 7 of Daggers, which is the 7 of Swords, in reverse. So I do feel that they saw themselves as, or would see themselves as kind of a higher caliber person. They might have, if this were like in a school or work environment, stronger connections to the people around them. They might have a better reputation. They might have more accolades, to their name. So I think that this person would have seen themselves as, 1, more honest, and 2, have something more tangible to offer. Maybe this person comes from from a background where there is more wealth or more status, but even without those attributes, this is somebody who could feel that they have earned more and therefore have more to show for it. This is kind of giving me like he was a skater boy, she said see you later boy vibes. So I wonder if they have anything for the Page of Plastics, like any quotes here. It says, Leah Edwards has the ability to manifest things and opportunities, not just clothes. Ambitious, goal-oriented, and loyal. You are super proud of your mom's vintage 80s skirt, and you don't care what anyone else says. Your planning keeps you grounded on your way to achieving your dreams. Yeah, absolutely. And then reversed Seven of Daggers, one way or another, you may find yourself sprinting toward the auditorium of life and wondering what you may be doing there, who is wearing the ski mask, and why. You may be keeping secrets, including what coach card does in the projection room. Ick. This, is totally a time for confessions, consciousness, and coming clean. So I feel like the looking glass individual holds themselves as having higher standards of integrity and work ethic than what they would have thought the lust person would have. We'll see what the looking glass person would have noticed first about lust, which is the Two of Daggers in reverse. That to me symbolizes that the looking glass person would have thought that the lust person was indecisive, didn't have a plan. They may be somebody who was constantly changing their behaviors, like their actions didn't always necessarily fit with what claims they had made, or they were likely to have an idea 1 minute and then switch on another. So I don't think that the looking glass saw the lust person as somebody who was very serious, who was very mentally centered and grounded. They probably saw them as somebody who was flighty. I wouldn't say unintelligent. I don't think this was a reflection of their perspective of the lust person's level of intelligence at all, but really their level of commitment to anything, not just people, but to plans and to the identity of self. They may have seen this person as somebody who was constantly putting on different masks, displaying different characteristics. And so that could also potentially be part of the Seven of Daggers in reverse, that the looking glass person would have potentially seen themselves as somebody who was more authentic and more consistent, whereas they may have felt like the lust person was somebody who was unpredictable. Okay. And then number 4 is what the looking glass person would have liked about the lust person. And it's so interesting because this does feel kind of like, oh, I'm going to keep my distance. I do think that I am maybe a little bit better, and this person is kind of flighty, but it does seem like there is also this level of respect or admiration, at least, that the looking glass person would have had toward the lust person. So we have the Wheel of Fortune, the Ace of Cups, the Ace of Flames, and Justice. So we have 2 major arcana with 2 beginning energies. So overall, with the Wheel of Fortune, I think what the looking glass person would have liked about the lust person is how willing the lust person was to roll with the punches. They may have seen the lust person as someone being kind of fortunate, like they could have maybe gone into a situation not having sufficiently prepared, and it somehow either worked well for them or didn't affect them as negatively as one would have expected. They may have also looked at the Wheel of Fortune in regards to the lust person and seen how the lust person was able to just make things happen positively. So even if there was an unfortunate circumstance, then the lust person could have turned that into a positive. So for instance, if we're in like a high school setting, say maybe the looking glass person could have witnessed in this scenario another student kind of trying to crack a mean joke at the lust person and being able to see how the lust person turned it around and either like accepted that joke in a way that was like self, oh God, what is it? I keep wanting to say defecating, but that's not what it is. But they were able to kind of laugh at their own expense, or else they were able to turn the situation to where they were able to have like a rebuttal towards the person who was trying to be rude or inconsiderate to them, or they were able to just kind of call them out on it and just be like, yo, bro, like that wasn't cool, whatever. And have, if there was anybody else around in this scenario, the support of others. With the Ace of Cups and the Ace of Flames, I think the Looking Glass person would have really respected the fluidity of the Lust person's level of emotions and their ability to take action. Because even though it seems like they're, they notice like, oh, this person is inconsistent, I think that the Looking Glass person would have really appreciated the fact that the Lust person didn't seem overly attached to this idea of like perfection or routine, whereas the Looking Glass person has really prioritized consistency and creating plans and executing them. There may be a certain level of freedom that they see, or they would have seen in the Lust person, that they could have wished that they could have had as well. So while I think the Looking Glass person was very happy with what they were doing in their life, they may have also felt a certain level of restriction and therefore a certain level of envy. Like, oh, I wish if things were different, I I could have a little bit more freedom in the pursuits that I maintained, or in the emotions that I expressed. And while I do think that the Looking Glass person would have seen the Lust person as somebody who may not have been as authentic, they may have just also decided in this scenario that the Lust person was fair. I don't think they see, or they would have seen the Lust person as somebody who would have been rude or mean or unjust, or selfish. They could potentially just recognize like, hey, the Lust person is just living their own life, their best life. And they're not trying to hurt anybody in doing that. The Lust person also could have been somebody at this point in their life who really did stand up for others and was very vocal about injustices. And that's something that the Looking Glass person would have absolutely admired about them, because they may have been somebody who did that as well. Or else they could have been somebody who didn't have the confidence to speak out when they saw something that wasn't fair, that wasn't just, that wasn't right. Yeah, we definitely know that the major arcanas have some quotes on them. Well, maybe not this one. You have Regina's blessings on love and life coolness. Okay. And then justice. Now, how do you overthrow a dictator? You cut off her resources. Regina would be nothing without her high-status man candy, technically good physique, and ignorant band of loyal followers. Okay, so yeah, there's this. The Looking Glass person might have been somebody at this point in their life who was more observant, but the Lust person at this point in their life, I think, was somebody who took action more. And I think that that's something the Looking Glass person in some way respected and may have wanted to learn how to emulate. Now, one thing that we see that the Looking Glass person potentially would have disliked about the Lust person is the Ten of Flames, and that is the Ten of Wands. It could be, I think, Part of it is that the lust person could have potentially seemed like they would have been somebody who stressed the looking glass person out. The lust person may have been somebody who would have been too chaotic, too action-oriented, too unpredictable, and that may have been something that would have caused like chaos to the looking glass's nerves, especially with them being defined by the 6th house, which is ruled by Virgo, which affects the nervous, like the nervous system. It could have also been, I'm hearing the quote, like, you do too much. Like, with the lack of planning on the lust person's part, but the abundance of action, I think the looking glass person would have felt frustrated. You know, this person was operating in a way that the looking glass person wouldn't have seen as practical or productive. And I think that's something that they, just thinking about, would have been cause for like higher blood pressure. They may have, had they come across each other at this point in their lives, really wanted to like dig into the lust person and tell them like it's not about quantity, it's about quality. And they may have felt like the lust person was behaving too erratically, taking on too many tasks, too many personas, interacting with too many people, and therefore only maintaining like a level of superficial relationships or superficial success without making much of a difference or developing bonds that were deeper. And then the actions that the looking glass person would have taken towards the lust person. So we have the Queen of Flames and the Empress in reverse. So with the Queen of Flames, I think there would have been some headbutting. I think the looking glass person at some point would have snapped and told the lust person exactly what they would have thought of them or what they thought they were doing wrong. This is a very fiery, passionate energy, which is kind of at a little bit of an odds with the kind of energy we were getting from these cards. So I think the lust person's very existence would have kind of pushed the looking glass person's nerves to the breaking point, and they would have reacted. And the lust person might not have even really noticed the looking glass person at this point, to be honest. It kind of, I think, would have been like, who the hell are you and where is this coming from? But the Empress in reverse is talking about like kind of a no bullshit behavior either. Like this, the looking glass person might have been somebody who, if they were to correct people, could have potentially done so in a blunt way, but tried to be also nurturing and try to soften the blow. But I think with the lust person at this point in their life, they would not have taken any measures to make this a gentle situation. They would not have fed their ego. They would not have stroked it. They would not have been soft-toned or done things to make the lust person feel safe. They just, I think, would have dug into them and probably told them everything that they thought that they were doing wrong. And I don't think like it's necessarily even that the lust person was doing anything wrong. I think it's just that the lust person's existence and the way that they expressed themselves and the way that they lived their life was so different from everything that the looking glass person knew as like their reality, that I think it would have caused them to short circuit. And we see that here with the Tower, you know, with we got the Page of Flames and Temperance. So honestly, and Two of Cups. Wow, this could have been like an enemies to lovers kind of situation if I'm not lying here. But I think that had the two of you met, whoever was the looking glass, their perspective really would have been shifted by knowing lust, and it would have been a Tower moment where a lot of their concepts of reality would have been challenged, and their concepts of self-worth and success would have been challenged, and not even because the lust person was trying to challenge them, but because through them being this version of themselves, it would have exposed the looking glass to something entirely different than what they were comfortable with. And I think it would have potentially shifted how the looking glass saw themselves and their path to success. I think it might have kind of loosened them up a little bit. It might have even stuck a fire under them to not just think about how do I get to the level of success that I want, but they might have actually taken action at an earlier point in their life. So now we're going to get into what the lust person would have experienced had the two of you met earlier. I don't think I'm going to read from the books. I wanted to, but I don't think I'm going to. Okay. So, what would the lust person's first impression of the looking glass person have been? The Ten of Swords in reverse. How would they have perceived themselves in comparison to the looking glass? The Six of Coins. How do I want to do this? What would the lust person's, what would they have noticed first? Got the Five of Coins, Cups, excuse me, with the King of Swords and the Tower. What would they have liked about the looking glass? The Six of Swords. What would they have disliked? The Wheel of Fortune. And then what actions would they have taken towards the looking glass? Ooh, I don't want to take all these, but I'm going to. The Five of Coins in reverse. With Strength. The Page of Swords. True Love in reverse. And then the Page of Coins in reverse. Okay. With Judgment in reverse. So the Ten of Swords in reverse. Okay, I'm going to get a clarifier for that, but I'm going to leave the Judgment card in reverse. Because I can take this as two things. For one, I feel like maybe the lust person saw... Oh, okay. No, I got it. Four of Swords. I mean, Four of Coins in reverse. Their first impression of the Looking Glass person is they would have seen them as somebody very calm, seen them as somebody who was fairly unbothered. And I think this is in contrast to the lust person, because even though it may seem like the lust person doesn't take a lot seriously, for one, that may not be the actual objective truth. They may feel a lot of things, but they may not demonstrate that. But I think they see... what they don't see is they don't see a lot of expression from the Looking Glass. The Looking Glass person, they may feel, is potentially more reserved, and they may not necessarily see it as reserved. They may not think like, oh, this person isn't sharing a lot, this person isn't expressing themselves a lot. They may, if they weren't emotionally intelligent, if they weren't observant, or if like the Looking Glass person was maybe a little better at playing, giving a poker face than even they had intended, they may have felt like the Looking Glass person was just pretty chill. I feel like they may have thought that the Looking Glass person was a little bit hard. Well, okay, so hypothetically in this situation, that the Looking Glass person would be hard to read, and that could be because they're so used to being flamboyant and passionate and expressive. Now, how they perceived themselves in comparison is, I feel like they may have seen themselves as more generous. The Six of Coins is about equal exchange, or about giving freely without expecting anything in return. And so in this imaginary scenario, they could see how they interact with others, and they freely engage with the world around them, and see how maybe the Looking Glass person is more reserved, and therefore see themselves as somebody who interacts more with others, gives more of their time and energy to others, maybe even more of their resources to others. If the situation would have involved the lust person and the Looking Glass person interacting at all, I think the lust person would have originally engaged more in the scenario. So for instance, if this would have been like at school or work, the lust person, being more of, I think, a social butterfly, could have potentially tried to openly engage with the Looking Glass person. The Looking Glass person may have been more reserved, may not have responded as well as what they would have expected, or may not have been as open as they would have normally expected. I feel like the lust person tends to be very enigmatic and charismatic, and the Looking Glass person may have been somebody who necessarily didn't respond to that in the typical way. What the lust person first noticed about the Looking Glass person. So we have the Five of Cups, the King of Swords, and the Tower. With the Five of Cups, the Looking Glass person may have seemed, in this scenario, to the lust person as somewhat of a loner. I think they would have seen how they kind of stood out from the crowd, maybe didn't engage with groups of people in the same way that most other individuals did. I do think that what they did also notice in these instances is that I keep saying is. I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time framing this conversation in this question scenario. I think what they would have noticed about the looking glass is a certain level of intelligence and eloquence in the ways that they speak, or that they would have spoken. The King of Swords is someone who would be a very great debater, who's able to look at situations from all angles, is highly intelligent. And the Tower is an entity that, like, when it's upright, it completely deconstructs everything that is false. So the lust person would have seen the looking glass individual as kind of an educator of sorts. Somebody who had a wealth of knowledge and who, even though they may not have spoken often, did speak incredibly well. They may have used a lot of big words in this scenario. They may have talked about more serious topics, whereas I feel like the lust person back at this point in their life probably did have more superficial conversations, kind of like did, like, you know, the small talk sort of thing. Maybe was really good at boosting people's confidence and catering to other people and letting them hear what they wanted to hear. I think that they would have seen the looking glass person as somebody who maybe talked about more serious topics, had a more well-rounded understanding of various discussions, topics, and maybe it was like more direct to the point, as opposed to where the lust person, I feel like, could sometimes flourish the conversation. They may have seen the looking glass person as somebody who had more direct conversation. The Six of Swords is what the lust person would have liked about the looking glass person. I think with this being swords energy, I think the lust person would have enjoyed the looking glass's ability to kind of debate. I think they might have been somebody who could have played, like, in this area and at this point in their lives, been somebody who would have played devil's advocate, maybe said things just to get a rise out of people. And I think they would have been very impressed with the looking glass's ability to respond to them in intellectual ways. The lust person may not have been used to people providing intellectual conversations to them. And I think it's something that they would really enjoy, and they may have, like, at this point in their life, if they would have met, kind of antagonized the looking glass to elicit a little bit more out of that as well. I think they also would have, if they were in a situation where they would have maybe witnessed something like this, the looking glass person could have possibly been somebody who was very good at problem solving. And whether it was, like, on an independent level or more of a collective level, able to see the difficulties or the roadblocks presented and created solutions to overcome them. It's funny how the Wheel of Fortune is here and is in what they didn't like, or they wouldn't have liked about the looking glass person, whereas we had this card and what the looking glass person would have liked about the lust person. I think the lust person potentially could have been jealous of the looking glass person's level of success. or their ability to plan for the future. Because the lust person at this point in their life likely did not have a plan or didn't know what they wanted to do, what they were capable of, where they were going to go. I think there could have been, had they encountered each other earlier, a level of resentment that they would have held against the looking glass for having a certain level of stability. But it's funny because both of them see each other as having this luck or having this ability to turn difficult situations into positive gains. And I think what this does demonstrate is that the lust person may not have realized that they were potentially in this energy as well. They may have, for as much as they want to leave like the past behind and look towards the future, they may have seen themselves at a huge disadvantage or struggling. And if they would have met the looking glass person at this point in their life, they may have kind of idealized the looking glass person's situation, and with their assurance of what direction they were going on in life, and felt like they may not have been achieving the same level of luck or success in their own. And finally, we have what actions would they have taken. I think their curiosity would have been piqued by the looking glass. And I think they really would have tried to gain their attention. This is somebody who may have intentionally tried to go up to the looking glass person and speak with them. Maybe be playful, within their line of sight to get their attention. And I don't think that they would have relented, especially with this Strength card. I feel like they would have felt this strong draw to the looking glass person, whether they understood what the reason was for it or not. And I think it's something that they would have pursued. With the Page of Swords here, it's very likely that they would have had some playful banter with them. This does give me kind of like the teasing vibe here. Just because I think at this point in their life, the lust person didn't really know how to be serious or how to have in-depth conversations. And so while they recognized the ability to do that in the looking glass person, they would have potentially just kind of resorted to teasing or small talk to try to consistently engage the looking glass person. I want to see why we have the True Love in Reverse card here. Oh, okay. I got it. I think that at some point they would have chosen because the Lover's card is about choices. And the story of the lover is, like, the Fool is that he meets his lover, they spend time together, and then he either has to choose to go on to his own pursuit. And leave the lover, or stay with the lover and surrender his ability to attain a higher level of understanding. I think at the end of the day, the lust person would have still chosen themselves. For as captivated as they would have been by the looking glass person, I I don't think that they would have sincerely committed to a connection with them. I don't think that they were in a position to do that, whether their own needs weren't taken care of and weren't nurtured, and so they were having to do that themselves, or whether because they just were in like a non-committal energy, they wanted to just live life to the fullest and have fun. They wanted to explore life so that they could see what options, and we're not just talking about like romantic options, but like options of careers and passions and hobbies and living situations, what was all available to them. I think they needed to, I think the looking glass person would have operated from a certain level of comfort of like, there's something that's familiar to me and I want to continue that, whereas the lust person would have been like, I need to expand my horizons to see what feels right for me. And with this Page of Coins in reverse, with the true love in reverse, I really feel like they would have potentially sacrificed this connection had there been an indication that it needed to go deeper in order to create a bond. I don't think that they would have been ready to develop like a strong friendship or a strong romantic relationship. And with the Judgment card in reverse, I feel like at the end of the day, while they did have their preconceived opinions of the looking glass person, I don't feel like they would have judged them. I don't feel like they would have made an assessment about whether like, oh, this is a good person or a bad person, or this is someone who's too stuck up or rude or anything like that. I think whereas the looking glass person would have potentially judged the lust person very harshly, I think the lust person would have been a little bit more forgiving in their perspective of the looking glass person. And I don't think that they would have tried to identify the connection, even though that they felt like this tug towards them. I don't feel like they would have put too much thought into like, what could this be? What should this be? What do I want this to be? I feel like they weren't really in a position where they were secure enough with their own identity or their place in the world where they would have tried to create something solid with the looking glass. So we're just going to get some charms. Maybe some little papers. Okay. So we have whistle. There could have been some cat calling. Or like whistling a tune. Maybe somebody really feels connected to music. December could indicate an important date. House. For some reason I'm thinking like Hogwarts house. But we could also be looking at maybe the two of you know each other now and you could have met at a house. Maybe someone's a homeowner. We have the scissors here, which makes me think of cutting cords or cutting ties. And I feel like had this connection come any sooner, there wouldn't have been the maturity that both people have developed now. Well, maybe there's not maturity in both people now. But, oh, and I just put it here at the hair. Like, so it's kind of like, I feel like the looking glass person might have, like, cut their hair off and been like, don't come up here, lust, don't. But I feel like if this is a connection that you're not currently in or isn't stable, I feel like meeting sooner could have potentially been more, had less stability than what is available now. We've got orange, which I'm thinking of like orange cat. So someone might have orange cat energy. I'm looking at you, lust. Lemongrass. Lemongrass tea. I love the scent of lemongrass. We have a television there, so someone could work in like broadcasting, or if there was like a class where maybe like a media class that potentially the two of you could have met through. We've got the cherry. So I think there is something sweet but also a little sour about this. We got a frog, so I'm thinking of someone who's hopping. A leaf, maybe someone really likes nature. Maybe the two of you have met in nature. Maybe someone likes to smoke some pot. We've got the dolphin. So I think of two spirits who, even if one is a little bit more rigid than the other, both are very playful. And then Thursday, so that could be significant. All right, group number 1, thank you for joining me here today. I apologize that it was kind of like, I feel a little bit out of practice when it comes to like dual energy readings. So thank you for allowing me to kind of stumble through this. I hope that this reading resonated with you. If it did, please let me know how in the comment section down below. If you enjoyed the video, please give it a thumbs up. And if you'd like to be a part of the family but haven't done so yet, you can hit the subscribe button and the notification bell so you find out whenever I upload a new video. Bye. Hello to my pile twos. You chose the bear. So this reading is going to describe what would have happened had you and the person on your mind, sorry, I forgot that one, met sooner in life. So how we are going to do this is we're going to look at the bears kind of like the connecting energy. Then these oracle cards will describe each person. This individual is intended to represent you as a past version of yourself, and this the past version of the person you're inquiring about, but the roles can absolutely be reversed. And then we are going to use 2 different decks to address some questions. We have the Mean Girls deck and the Disney Villains deck. Now I chose these because we're looking at the past, which can often bring about some sentiments of nostalgia. And these things make me very nostalgic. And then after we answer those questions with tarot, we'll just get some charms just for a little bit of extra fun. Okay? So we are going to start with this connecting energy of the bear. The bear makes me think of someone who is solitary. Someone who has traversed through difficult terrains and endured a lot of like inclement weather. Someone who is strong, powerful, and what's the word for it? Well, someone who has a lot of endurance. It's not quite the word that I was looking for. But bears often symbolize things such as strength, courage, and protection. The imagery here of the trees could be significant. Maybe you or the person in your mind have some sort of history or love for nature, particularly like the forest. But we're going to I'm going to address them right now as person A, but as we get through the cards, this will be the signifying card. So for person A, we have card number 56 with progressions, Juno. We have card number 4 with moon dance. And we have the owl. And so from this point forward, we will refer to person A as the owl person. Then for person B, we have, Journey was progressions, not Juno. We have card number 31 with Juno and partnerships in reverse. We have card number 18 with memories. And we have the dragon. Okay, so person B will be now henceforth known as the dragon. Woo! I'm gonna try to get my shit together for group number 1. It's been a little while since I have worked with connecting energies, and so that presented some challenges. I was a little bit rusty, so hopefully I've got it together a little bit more. But what we are going to do is we are going to start with person A, the owl person, and then we'll go on to the dragon person, and then we'll get into the tarot. And just remember, these are energies of the two of you from the past. This may not be a reflection of who you are now. One thing that I thought was interesting was that with these two cards, these numbers are in sequence. We have 4, 5, and 6. So maybe the owl person was involved in some sort of showmanship, especially with like this moon dance card, how this girl is balancing on this wire. They could have been involved in theater or dance, acrobatics, even something such as the circus. I think that the owl person at this point in their life was somebody who was in a transitionary period. The progressions card talks about movement, and it talks about the major experiences we have in our life. This talks about considering the imprints that we have developed in the past and about our soul's journey. This isn't about the necessarily small day-to-day experiences, but more so the major decisions, you know, the college that we choose to go into, or the location that we choose to move to, the type of person that if we are interested in romance, we choose to partner with. And it's something that has a lot of sentimentality to it. And I think at this point in their life, the owl person was somebody who was making a big transition. They weren't just thinking about it. They were actively engaging in it. This could be somebody who was in the midst of pursuing or engage. It's really interesting. Wow. How one of the lines for this clock right here, between 3 and 4, is, it's almost like it's connected to this trapeze line, or this whatever line you want to look at it. Almost as if this is talking about the past choices that kind of led up to this journey, or the length of time that the person, the owl person, may have felt had finally passed for them to achieve this. But I think at this point in their life, the owl person would have been in the midst of pursuing or actively engaging with a major goal or life change of theirs. This could have been moving across the country or even across the world. This could have been maybe even getting married for some of them. This could have been pursuing an independent craft. There's something very dreamy about this quality, but I would say that there's also something somewhat sad about it. And I don't know if the sadness comes from feeling as if they themselves were not worthy, or if this was happening at a point that was later than what they had wanted, or if it was just the burden of knowing that they still had a long ways to go, or the things that they had left behind. That is particularly standing out to me as this person is like kind of elevating. And yet we've got the clock here and these mountains depicted. I feel like at this point in the owl's life, that this scenario is being imagined, is during a time when the owl person really had to walk away from something. It could be family, it could be friends, an old identity, a sense of security. And I think there was a little bit of a struggle emotionally with that, whether they showed that outwardly or not. The progressions card does talk about how we can't necessarily control what happens to us, but we can control how we react to it. And so part of this adjustment may not have even been because the owl person had taken this direction. A scenario that I'm getting in my mind is somebody who may have prioritized their family for so long, but something happened, whether it was because the death of a family member, or maybe relationships became strained. And so this person, the owl person, decided to take those strained relationships or the death of a loved one as a sign to move forward. And while it allowed them the freedom to pursue whatever it was that they were looking to pursue, I think there is a sense of loss and regret and sadness that was attached to it. And so I think this person was also really working on training themselves on how to handle things. It could have even been like rejection. You know, the owl person could have been at a point in their life where maybe they had experienced some sort of rejection, career rejection, romantic rejection, familial rejection. And so it's kind of like they went off in search of better pastures, but they were mourning something that had been left behind and to them had seemed lost. This moon dance card, I think it's very beautiful how we have the owl card here where the person is reaching for the owl. And then we also have this girl here who has the moon above her that she has strung. It's like a moon balloon. So it seems to me that the owl person was definitely reaching for broader heights, and it may have been something that seemed like it was out of their reach, or seemed like if they didn't hold on to it that it was going to slip away from them. But the moon dance card talks about being daring, and then also developing balance, a sense of adventure, and broadening perspectives, and allowing ourselves to come out of our comfort zone. So they did make a significant change at this point in their life. And it could have been a large culture shock. I keep getting drawn to these three little birds here. I think the owl person was being pulled in the direction of new company, and maybe they felt like they weren't necessarily of the same breed, and that may have, I think, caused a sense of insecurity in the owl person. But I also think that there was a sense of excitement because they were going to experience something that was new, refreshing, potentially could take them out of some sort of rut. And then when we look at the owl also talks about a sense of adventurousness. But the owl has many meanings throughout different cultures. A lot of times in spirituality, we look at the owl as something that encompasses knowledge and wisdom, and seeing beyond the illusion. In particularly North American, Native American cultures, although that's a very broad term, the owl can sometimes represent death and rebirth. So for some people, I think that's very indicative of this period in their life that they were going through. But for others, I think maybe there was also this feeling of having a connection to something otherworldly. There may have been communication with some sort of guide or a deceased loved one. There may have even been, for some of if you are the owl person, for some of them, there may have been kind of like a brush with death, like an illness or an accident, or maybe just a dangerous situation. And that could have even been kind of the catalyst for moving forward, where it was like, I survived this, and now I'm not going to take life for granted. The owl is also associated with Athena. And while Athena is known for her wisdom, she also is known as being a goddess of warfare, particularly with strategy. I feel like the owl person is somebody who may have had to protect themselves. Owls are also known for being protectors. And they may have lived a lot of their life up to this point feeling on edge, feeling like they had to endure a lot of difficult circumstances and be brave and strong. And maybe at this point in their life was finally when they were learning how to surrender, how to feel more comfortable in the world and in their sense of safety. And it does make me think over here as well about the Star card, this sense of hope after trauma and tragedy. This person seems like a very gentle soul and somebody who had to make the life that they wanted happen. And it wasn't an easy journey. It may have required a lot of sacrifice. But I think they were able to walk through this scenario and the situation calmly and follow their heart, be guided by their soul, but also have the ability to mentally and emotionally balance themselves. So we're going to move on to the dragon person. Now, they're represented initially by the card 31, Juno, and partnerships in reverse. And one thing that I think is really interesting is all three piles with these cards, one person was in the upright position, which is talking about gifts. The other person was in the reverse position, which is talking about challenges. And so that to me demonstrates that for the three piles, meeting earlier likely would have not necessarily allowed or facilitated a healthy connection between the two of you. Because it seems like in these instances, there was somebody who was experiencing a lot of blockages and who maybe needed to do some healing or have some different experiences before the two of you could align properly. And that may still be the situation as of now. You know, when I did this reading, I was doing this reading in mind for people who are together happily, but that's not going to be the case for everybody who's watching this. So Juno it's an asteroid, and it is referencing the goddess Juno, and she was the wife of Jupiter. So in Greek mythology, that would have been Zeus. She's the mother of Mars, so Eris, and then the daughter of Saturn, which would have been Cronus. So I think that makes her Hera, right? That makes her Hera. And the asteroid Jupiter describes our experience between and our interactions between love and work. It shows us where we prioritize either one, where the imbalance might be, and offers us the ability to use that information to create more of a balance. With it being in its challenging aspect, this warns of placing responsibility of happiness on another person, which can create jealousy and control. And as we know, I don't know too much about the Roman counterparts of the Greek gods, but when we're looking at like Hera and Zeus was completely unfaithful. He was constantly going around sticking it in everything and everyone and creating all these kids, and Hera was getting pissed off about it. You know, she was not a goddess to be trifled with, and she would seek revenge. So with this card being in reverse, I feel like the dragon person may have, at this point, when this imaginary scenario could have occurred, when it was most likely to have been possible, this person might have gotten out of a toxic relationship. They honestly may have been the toxic one. I think that the dragon person struggled with creating their own identity, that they very likely fell into the trap of expecting their partner to be their source of contentment and happiness, and were probably very critical if they had gotten out of a relationship with their previous partner. They could have been somebody who was very controlling at this point in their life about what the person wore, who they were allowed to talk to, how often they were allowed to go out, and how long they were allowed to be gone for. I'm going to get some water just a moment. Especially with this dragon card, I feel like the dragon person may have been very quick to anger. But this doesn't necessarily have to be a scenario where they would have just gotten out of a relationship. This could be somebody who, just describing somebody who didn't create a priority, didn't have a good work-life balance. They may have placed themselves too heavily into work or too heavily into their relationships. They could have been somebody who felt very insecure about partnership and their capability of having one. This could have been somebody who just never really saw themselves being in a committed relationship, whether it was because they didn't want one or whether it was because they didn't feel ready for one or didn't think that they were worthy of one. There is, I would say, some insecurity attached to this card regardless of the scenario that it falls under. And I think that's something that they were struggling to work through. I do think that at this point in their life, they were attempting to work through it. Primarily because with the dragon card, even though In Western society, dragons often represent chaotic energy and, the concept of evil and challenges. This isn't a Western dragon. This is an Eastern dragon. And look at these beautiful little flowers it has, and dragons in Eastern culture typically tend to represent willpower, determination, wisdom, and protection. They're not necessarily entities that are, good or evil. They just exist. And even in like Western traditions, we can kind of consider dragons as protectors. We see them as protector, I guess. They think they're protecting things, whether it's like the princess in the castle or the treasure that they've hoarded. So this is somebody who I think at this point in their life was also very possessive. It could have been about being possessive in relationships. It could also just be being very possessive of their personal space, their belongings. They may not have been somebody who liked to share. But there is a sense of nostalgia here that we have with the Treasured Memories card. So in the first group, these two cards were very synchronistic as well. They both had characters that had umbrellas. And now we have these two characters here who have balloons. And so they're holding on to something. And with this Treasured Memories card, I feel like this person is either holding on to aspirations, but more than likely, especially if this is a situation where they had previously, like they had exited out of a relationship, I think they could have been in a position where they were still stuck on the person that they were no longer with, or the person that they had wanted to pursue or be with who they were not able to come to come into union with. I think that mentally and emotionally they were unavailable. They were very preoccupied, and they could have been glossing over problematic areas. I once told an ex-boyfriend, because he was like, oh, we had it so good. I told him, I think we had very different experiences. And his claim was, no, I don't think we did. So I think that last sentiment that I shared is very similar to what the dragon person could have been experiencing at this point in their life, when you two would have most likely been ready to meet. Or even, and as I'm saying that, I feel like it's not even necessarily when you two were most likely to meet. It's maybe the moment you fantasize where I wish I would have met them during this time. But it seems like with the dragon person, they're focusing more on the aspects of this previous connection or this previous dream or success that really made them feel good. And they may be neglecting to acknowledge the pain that existed, or the pain that they caused, or the incompatibilities. I think there were a lot of rose-colored glasses on for this individual at this point in the energy. So now we are going to move on to the tarot questions, and we are going to start with the owl and go through the list, and then we'll move on to the dragon. So question 1 is what the first impression would have been the owl would have had of the dragon. Number 2 is how the owl would have perceived themselves in comparison to the dragon. Number 3 is what the owl would have first noticed about the dragon, which to me is a different category from first impression. I feel like a first impression is more encompassing, whereas what a person noticed first is something more minute and more specific. Question number 4 is what would the owl person have liked about the dragon person? 5 is, what would the owl person have disliked about the dragon? And question number 6 is, what actions would the owl person have taken towards the dragon? All right. I feel a little bit more confident with this pile. Yeah, I feel like I'm kind of getting it together. So I hope you feel like I have it together as well. I'm so used to doing videos that are like, each pile is under 30 minutes most of the time, where the last pile I did, which was the first pile for this one, was like an hour and 15 minutes. So it is very energetically consuming. I did try to read from the book for the first pile, but I'm not going to do that for this one. I didn't feel like it really added anything to the reading itself. So we're not going to do that this time. All right. Actually, I should look at the questions whilst I do this. Okay, so the owl person's first impression of the dragon had they met earlier. Okay, we've got the 6 of plastics, which is the 6 of coins, the 5 of daggers in reverse, which is the 5 of swords, and then the Queen of cups. I'm just going to lay them all out before we start the discussion. How the owl person would have perceived the dragon person. The Ace of Flames. Okay. Maybe I want to do that. We'll just keep it separate. Okay. What the owl person would have noticed first about the dragon person. Okay, we got the 9 of daggers in reverse. What the owl person would have liked about the... Okay. I've been very lenient. I'm not taking all that. But apparently the owl person would have liked a lot. We've got the 6 of cups. What the owl person would have disliked about the dragon person. I'm not. No. Okay, so maybe there's an equal amount of dislike. Like, I was willing to take a whole bunch of cards, but I have to put my foot down at some point. We've got the King of Cups in reverse. We've got the the 6 of daggers in reverse. Okay. The Knight of Cups in reverse. And then the High Priestess in reverse. Interesting. And then what actions would the owl person have taken towards the dragon person? The King of Daggers. Okay. Bottom of the deck would be Judgment and the Hermit. Okay. I will say this, this energy is a lot calmer than pile number 1, at least thus far. All right, so let's get into it. The first impression that the owl would have had about the dragon, they would have seen them as somebody who was very generous, who was probably very well liked, at least on a, what would you call it, practical level, because the 6 of coins essentially is somebody that others will come to when they are in need of assistance, especially like financial or physical assistance. So they may have seen the dragon person as somebody who was very practical, that had a lot of resources at their disposal, somebody who was trusted within the community or those around them. And even if this wasn't like a sense of community or whatever, like say for instance, in this scenario, the 2 of you would have been crossing paths, and if you were the owl person, maybe you guys were just walking in the street one day, not knowing each other, but maybe there would have been somebody who was like panhandling, or busking, and you could have seen the dragon drop some money, and maybe even like chat with the person for a few minutes. I think the owl person would have seen the dragon as somebody that had access to a lot of resources, even if it was just like, maybe if the owl person would have run into the dragon person and because like they were struggling with their vehicle or whatever, and the dragon came over and would be like, oh hey, I know a guy who can fix this for you. I think there would have been, they would, excuse me, with the 5 of daggers in reverse, I think they would see them as non-hostile, see them as someone who is non-combative, which is very funny talking about what we did regarding the dragon's profile at this point in this imaginary scenario. The dragon could have been somebody who was outside of more intimate situations, like with people with whom they were familiar. They may have been someone who was better at managing their temper. And so overall, I think that the owl would have seen the dragon as somebody who was agreeable, who was able to go with the flow, who didn't object to a lot of things. And with the Queen of Cups was somebody who was very nurturing. The owl person might have felt even emotionally drawn to them had the 2 of you met beforehand. They may have felt kind of a sense of like knowing each other before, or feeling emotionally attracted or supported by them, even if there would have been like no direct interaction to create this. And they likely would have seen the dragon as somebody who was creative. So how the owl would have perceived themselves in comparison to the dragon, I think they would have seen themselves as a novice, because the Ace of Flames is talking about the beginning, like the conception, the initial action leading into creativity. They might have seen themselves as somebody who was less, I don't want to say competent, because that can carry negative connotations if we're talking about them feeling less competent, but less skilled, less knowledgeable, with less experience. They could have also just seen that maybe they took action more quickly on ideas, but also that maybe their sense of creativity and passion may have been a little bit dwarfed compared to the dragon. Overall, I still feel like it's a negative impression that the owl would have had about themselves when comparing themselves to the dragon. But I feel like there's this kind of like infantilizing of their own strengths. It could be that the dragon person is older than the owl person, or has more experience in certain situations and certain settings. And so they may have looked at the dragon and seen them as a mentor, and so themselves like a protege. What the owl person would have noticed about the dragon person. We have the Nine of Swords in reverse. And what that tells me is that they would have seen the dragon person as somebody who was very confident. That they would have noticed that the dragon person didn't seem to be hindered by anxieties, which is something the owl person themselves may experience. The owl person may be somebody who, at this point in their life, had experienced or was experiencing anxiety, and sometimes they may have prevented themselves from moving forward because of that. One thing I forgot to mention is both the owl, and maybe I didn't forget to mention it, but both the owl and the dragon are in some cultures considered protectors and guardians. What the owl person would have liked about the dragon, there would have been a sense of, I think, kinship that the owl person would have felt. And I think the dragon in this imaginary scenario would have likely reciprocated that. The dragon person does seem like somebody who can potentially get attached to people very easily because they put their self-worth in their relationships. And I think the owl person may have just been an individual who really yearned for connection, whether that was friendship, mentorship, or romantic relationships. And so I feel like the owl person could have latched on to the dragon person, and they could have emotionally bonded really quickly. There's just this feeling of a soulmate energy here that we usually see with the Six of Cups. And overall, I think that they would have liked that the dragon person seemed to get along with everybody. The dragon person may have been somebody that was, in a sense, popular, or at least well-liked. And I think that the owl person would have really enjoyed that, maybe because they felt alone themselves. And to see that what appeared to be warmth and openness and nurturing of relationships and other people within the dragon, I think is something that would have been very drawing to the owl. What they would have disliked. So we've got this nurturing energy here, and then we're taking a whole different turn. We've got the King of Cups in reverse with the Six of Daggers in reverse, the Knight of Cups in reverse, and the High Priestess in reverse. First and foremost, I think they would have eventually seen a different side to the dragon person, and I think that side is somebody who could be very cold, could be manipulative, emotionally distant, could be very sensitive and take things personally or inappropriately. And the dragon person could have been somebody who was quick to cut people off. This could have been somebody who would burn bridges with people. The dragon person could have also done a lot of silent treatment if they were upset. And they could have, with the Knight of Cups in reverse, been somebody who, when they were upset, withheld affection. Which, as we can see, was one thing that the owl person would have liked had they met this person at this point in their life. Would have been like the initial affection that they would have felt with the dragon person. So I think they would have disliked how quickly the dragon person could change and become very cold and distant emotionally. And with the High Priestess in reverse, we've got the High Priestess is somebody who is very spiritually connected, is somebody who is able to see beyond their own experiences. Whereas in reverse, I feel like that ability is incredibly stunted. And the High Priestess is then somebody who is only able to look at things from their own experiences, and can have a very rigid understanding of themselves and of others. And then the High Priestess in reverse can also be somebody who withholds information, somebody who may only express and deliver information when they want to, when they feel like other people have earned it. And so it's very likely that the owl person would have noticed in the dragon person that that they were kind of petty. Yeah, and I don't think that the owl person would have liked that. The actions that the owl would have taken to the dragon, it's so funny. The King of Daggers. I think it's very possible they would have approached the dragon first. And as much as we talk about like how they would have felt this soulmate bond and like been really affectionate and everything, I think that would have come with time, and that timing depends on different factors. But I think that the owl person would have approached the dragon person a little bit more professionally, or what's the word for it? Professionally or properly? No, it's not really properly, but I think you get the understanding of it. Formally, yes, they may have been more formal in their introduction. It could have been a little bit of like an inquisition there, where they, like maybe they would have just kind of drilled the dragon person about like, hey, what's your name? Where are you from? What do you like to do? Do you like movies? What kind of movies do you like? Where'd you get that shirt? It all seems very, very formal, as I mentioned earlier. But I think that's just because the owl person would have been like trying to learn what kind of person the dragon was, and like how to best talk with them. There might have been a little bit of a barrier up, or this person, the owl person, could have just been like not be somebody who feels comfortable expressing themselves like authentically, with like this desire for nurturing connections and reciprocity and softness. And so they might have just been kind of like putting up a barrier while they got to feel the situation with the dragon out. Now, the bottom of the deck energy is the Judgment card and the Hermit. And I feel like what that means is that if the two of you would have met at this point in time, I feel like it kind of would have been a shock for the owl person. I feel like it would have altered their perspective of their place in connections, and they may have retreated after getting to know this person a little bit better, especially because of the energy that we have here about what was disliked. This could have ended up being a situation where it was like, oh, I thought this was a blessing, but it turned out it was just a lesson. I think that the owl person could have potentially gotten hurt, or at the very least just been frustrated because the dragon may not have been able to match the image of the person that the owl wanted them to be. All right. So, although we did have the star underneath there, which is always talking about after traumatic experiences, learning to have hope again. So it could have ended up also being that had the two of you met sooner, there would have been this kind of toxic connection between the owl and the dragon where they would have broken up or stopped talking to each other or stopped being friends, and then been fine and then not fine and fine. So now we're going to look at the same questions, but from the dragon's perspective. And you know, I gotta say, I'm feeling a lot better about my capabilities with this pile. And I want to stress upon you the importance of listening to your body. So I was sitting there for a bit today, just like, oh, I really need to get to this pile. I really need to get to it. But I wasn't feeling the hottest. And I think I had dehydrated myself because I'm an anti-water girly. Not really anti-water, but like when I get onto sodas and carbonated beverages and sugary beverages, like I lose my shit. Like I go ham. And so I kept telling myself, like, no, if I start right now before I improve my condition, like I'm not going to be able to do a quality reading. And so I've been hydrating and I do feel better, and I do feel like I'm on it. All right. So now we're looking at the dragon. What would the dragon's impression, what would their first impression of the owl have been? The Seven of Chariots. The Chariot in reverse. How would the dragon have compared themselves to the owl? True love, which is also the Lovers. What would the dragon have noticed first about the owl? The Three of Coins. What would the dragon have liked about the owl? the 7 of coins. What would they have disliked about the owl? The 8 of coins, the Ace of Cups, the 8 of Cups, and the 5 of Cups in reverse. And then what actions would the dragon have taken? We've got the Page of Coins with Strength in reverse. Okay. So, the first impression that the dragon would have had about the owl is, guys, the dragon's kind of harsh. They would have thought that the owl had no idea what the hell they were doing or where they were going. I feel like they would have seen how much of a novice the owl was. And I don't think that the dragon is somebody that necessarily would have seen the owl's lack of experience or direction as a bad thing necessarily. I do get with this reading a certain level of annoyance and frustration because I feel that the dragon is more confident in who they are, what they're doing, what their goal is, their capabilities, and this might not have been an accurate perspective they had of themselves. They could be full of hot air. I don't know. But it's kind of giving me the energy of feeling frustrated and like, I know what I'm doing or I know what I want and I don't want to be held back, you know? The dragon person is somebody who I think is very self-focused, which is funny because they got all this nurturing energy from the perspective of the owl, and I don't see that the dragon is necessarily very nurturing, at least not in this point in their life. And whoever the dragon person is today could be totally different. I was just having a discussion with my boyfriend, and we were talking about, the kind of people that we were when we were younger. And, like, sure, there are certain components of our identities that have remained consistent into adulthood, but the way that we viewed the world and the way that we expressed ourselves back then is very different from who we are now. So this could, like I said, this is all past energy. This may not necessarily be prevalent to like how they process and express things today. But they did see, or they would have seen the owl person as somebody who didn't have control over the situation or their own life, or didn't have a sense of direction, didn't have the map. Now, how they perceived themselves in comparison to the owl is they had an ego. I definitely feel like they saw themselves as like being the chosen one. The person who was going to have all the answers. The person who could shake up the owl person's world, whether that was romantically, sexually, financially, whatever. They saw themselves as, or they would have seen themselves as like an expert of some sort, or the one that was kind of like sent to train the owl or fix the owl or educate the owl. Now, what they would have first noticed about the owl person, I think would be, first of all, with the Three of Coins, the eagerness of the owl person to want to collaborate in some way with the dragon. Whether that's on a romantic level of like, hey, I'm attracted to you, or whether that's like on a practical financial level, like, hey, I would love to be a part of this project with you. And I'm sorry, the dragon person is kind of, and I'm just dealing with immature energy. I do feel like the dragon's a little immature. But not in an endearing way that the owl is immature. You know, like, I feel like what the dragon noticed about the owl is how the owl could benefit them. Whether that was like give them status or boost their reputation, boost their self-confidence, how they could utilize the owl person's skills. The Three of Coins is very much about collaboration. And then what the dragon person would have liked about the owl person is, no king, la 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 la. Sorry. But I think the dragon would have seen how willing to work hard the owl would have been. They would have recognized and seen the owl demonstrate that the owl would be willing to put in the hours, to learn the techniques, to, if this would have been like a romantic relationship, I feel like the dragon would have tested the owl person in a lot of ways. Like, if the two of them would have gone on a date and maybe the dragon was like, oh, I forgot my wallet at home. And, you know, how would the owl respond to that? Would they be like, okay, I'll cover it? Would they be like, oh, are you flipping serious? What the hell? You didn't check before you go? Would they expect the dragon person to pay for the next date? Or like, if they left their phone unlocked near the owl person, what would the owl person do? Would the owl person check their phone, or would they just leave it alone? If the dragon, I feel like the dragon is the type of person who would have, at this point in their life, instigated arguments just to see how the owl would have handled it. Or if this was like a business situation, you know, in the context of like working hard, not just like giving them long hours or difficult tasks, but also like maybe forgetting to do something and then asking the owl person to cover them for that. You know, what lengths would the owl person be willing to go to appease the dragon person? And I think the answer in this representation is the owl would have done a lot. The owl would have done almost anything to make the dragon person happy. And I think that's one thing that the dragon person would have really liked about the owl person. I think what they would have... Oh, okay. I think what they would have disliked... I think that the dragon person would have disliked maybe if the owl person was maybe a little bit of a slow learner, or if their learning style was different than the dragon's teaching style was. You know, if the dragon is somebody who prefers to teach through lectures, but the owl person learns best by hands-on demonstrations. The dragon person may have gotten mad that the owl wasn't able to adapt to that teaching style and just learn the material as they had expected. The dragon wouldn't have had the emotional depth and intelligence to look and say, oh, how can I better accommodate the owl person? And I think the dragon person also would have felt, especially if this is a romantic relationship or even like a friendship, I think that the dragon person would have disliked how quickly the owl would have gotten attached to them. They may have seen it kind of as like a weakness, or maybe just an irritant, because like we don't have this history together. We don't have this background or this experience together, which is so interesting because the owl person saw the dragon person as very receptive to their emotions. I feel like the dragon is a very good like masker. And I will say that while this energy is not like the most pleasant to be reading, and in some instances we could be discussing, I'm going to use extreme terms. I don't like to throw them around. I feel like we overuse them sometimes. But in extreme circumstances, it could be like we have an empath and a narcissist here. That doesn't necessarily have to be the case. It could be, you know, a relationship between a water sign and an earth sign. Where a water sign, you know, really wants that emotional depth right away. And then like the earth sign might just be kind of turned off by that. Because they're like, no, I need that history there. I need that work experience there. So for some people, we could be talking about somebody who was very problematic in the past. For others, it's just that maybe there was not enough experience to be able to adapt to people with different ways of expressing themselves and different needs. I think also that one thing the dragon wouldn't have liked about the owl is the owl's ability to walk away when they didn't feel appreciated. And this could be referencing, you know, the original energy that we were talking about. The dragon may have this idea that, you know, no matter what, you know, your family is your family. Doesn't matter what they do to you, you stick together. And I don't feel like the owl person is someone who would have agreed with that. It could also be like, you don't give up on relationships. You don't give up on true love. And I think they could have a very dangerous view sometimes of like love. Not that like an abusive, like not that they're abusive, but more like they have this idea that You were thinking it, but you said it. But that more so they would have had this idea of love is kind of expected to be dramatic, and you don't walk away from somebody just because they hurt you or you hurt them. Like, you fight for it. And I feel like the owl person is kind of like, no, that's not what love is. That's not what family is. You know, when there are certain boundaries that are crossed, when there's a lack of mutual respect, that relationship is no longer working. And it's best to leave. And I think that would have made the dragon person very uncomfortable. Then we have finally for the actions that the dragon person would have taken. We have the Page of Coins, but also Strength in reverse. I think they would have been feeding them breadcrumbs. I don't think that the dragon person would have prioritized the needs and the desires of the owl person like the owl person would have prioritized the dragon. I think that they would have given them the barest of minimums and expected them to be content with that. And I think that for as much as they may have disliked the owl person walking away from situations that were not benefiting them or that were not healthy with them, even though they would likely be somebody who at this point in their life would have given like silent treatments and burned bridges, I think it was less about redeeming ourselves or giving ourselves peace of mind or releasing things and moving forward with our lives, and more about trying to control other people. Like, which, okay, is yes, very much an abusive tactic. Just gonna put that out there. Once again, though, just because that's how I'm reading the cards for this person at this point in their life, that doesn't mean that's how they are today. This could be confirmation, though, if you are asking about the dragon person and you're like, oh, so this is just kind of how they've been their entire life. Or if you are the dragon person going like, Amber, why you call me out like that? It's okay. Like, as long as we are able to accept our flaws and work towards changing them, that's important. You know, we don't get completely written off for our value in life. But we can't go continuing with this mentality. But, yeah, I think that their willingness to cut people off and burn bridges and walk away from people and things was more of a control tactic. Would have been more like I am going to cut myself off as a resource to them, and they're going to realize how badly they messed up, and then they're going to come back, or they're going to do things the way that I want them to do. So overall, this... Oh, I didn't get the bottom energy for them. The 9 of Coins with the Sun. I think ultimately this connection for the dragon person, they would have been either content with kind of harvesting the resources of the owl, whether that was like if they worked together, you know, working monetarily and harvesting their work efforts, or they would have found satisfaction in eliciting the kinds of responses that they wanted from the owl person. So if they wanted to make the owl person angry, and if they were able to do that, that would make them happy. If they wanted to find a way to convince the owl person to do something for them, and they were able to do that, they would make that them happy. The 9 of Coins upright is about like satisfaction with independence, and we're not finding that in the reverse. In the reverse, there's a lack of independent stability. And so it's almost like the dragon person needed to control other people's senses of stability to feel stable themselves. I really hope the dragon person has had some growth. And I feel like the type of person the dragon was ranges on a very large scale. It could be just somebody who needed to kind of take others into consideration a little bit more, all the way to this person could need some like heavy therapy. But we're going to get some charms and words. Okay, so we have power outage. That could be significant in how the two of you actually did meet. Or it could be that somebody does work in like the electrical field. Monday may be significant. New York could be significant to this connection. We have the converse here. So conversely, meaning the opposite of, otherwise I think of like the runner or somebody who is a little bit more athletic or maybe has like a street style. There is the red cat. Red is oftentimes seen as a sign of good luck, and cats are also kind of seen as a sign of good luck. You know, they have 9 lives in folklore, and they also land on their feet. Let's see. Ooh, we have 2 fairies. So this could be like a twin flame situation. This could signify a same-sex couple. This could talk about connections to like fairy tales, like myths, or things like I'm thinking specifically like Scottish or Irish ancestry, but anywhere that contains folklore that involves creatures such as fairies. Oh, look, we have another confirmation, the dragon. And, you know, somebody could be born in the year of the dragon. Or maybe the two of you didn't meet in the year of the dragon. We have a sea turtle here, which to me is talking about, you know, swimming with the current. And sea turtles live for a long time. And then the star. Maybe somebody in this connection has some level of notoriety. Someone's name literally could be Star or be related to one of the constellations. Or it could be that song, Star, 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 Kira, Kira, Watashi wa Star. So that's my reading for you, group number 2. I hope that this resonated with you. If it did, please let me know how in the comment section down below. If you enjoyed the video, please give it a thumbs up. And if you would like to be a part of the family but haven't done so yet, you can always hit the subscribe button and the notification bell so you know whenever I upload a new video. Bye! Hello, pile number 3. You chose the car, and so this is going to be your reading on what would have happened if the two of you had met sooner. How we're doing this is kind of the overall energy representing the connection or both parties. And then we have these 2 stacks of oracle cards that are going to be used to provide profiles of the individuals in question in the way that their energy was at a previous point in their lives. Group 1 is intended to be representative of you. Group 2 is intended to be representative of the person about whom you are inquiring. But if you're familiar with tarot readings, where we do energy readings, this can be switched. And the way that we can look at this is this imaginary scenario. The moment that is chosen is either chosen because this is a point where the two of you may have most likely met, or it's because of a moment that particularly you as the viewer, would kind of, I guess, romanticize, like if I would have met them at this point in my life. And then we're using 2 separate decks to go through several questions regarding what kind of interactions and feelings would have occurred had you met at this point in time. And for group 1, we're going to be doing the Mean Girls Tarot deck. And for group 2, we're going to be doing the Villains Tarot deck. Just because, like, these are cute pop culture references that make me feel nostalgic. And so, and thinking about, like, oh, what if, you know, that brings forward a feeling of nostalgia as well. And then at the very end, we're going to be just using some charms, add a little bit of funness to the mix. So let's get started. With the vehicle here, there definitely, I think, was movement at both points in person A and person B's lives. And I think there was either a strong desire at this point in the past to move towards something or move away from it. This could indicate as well like one individual, had the two of you met at this point in your lives, may have made an effort into connecting. This could also represent kind of like a runner chaser energy, you know, where it's like one person may have tried to move forward while the other one may have tried to move away. So we're going to put that over here. But the color is like a lavender color. So I think that's a beautiful, soft, gentle color. You know, we use lavender a lot to represent femininity, which is often associated with like nurturing and softness. And we also use lavender to elicit like calming feelings. So we're going to lay out the two energies here, and then we'll talk about each one in depth. So pile A is represented by number 50, the 12th house, introspection, but in reverse. 25, protective nest. And then wrath. So we will be henceforth calling pile A the wrath person. Then pile B is represented by the moon, perspective, number 19. Card number 11 with Queen B and lavender. Oh, and you know what? So I did take a look at these cards before I started the video. And I had made somewhat of an association, like, oh, hey, it's cool. There's a lavender card here and a lavender car. But the lavender car could represent the lavender person would have put more effort in or taken more initiative or been in like the driver's seat. But we're going to look at wrath here. So what's interesting first that I noticed with every single pile was that there was one person who had the, what do they call this deck? I should know, it's one of the ones I've had the longest. The Star Codes Astro Oracle card in reverse, and the other person had it upright. So what that indicated to me was that in every scenario, there would have been some challenges, largely because one person may have been more emotionally developed or been more secure in their life or their individuality, whereas the other person may have been less emotionally mature or had insecurities or blockages that needed to be cleared through. So the 12th house is all about introspection. It is the subconscious, okay? And it's ruled by Pisces, which is known to be a sign that sometimes can struggle with reality versus illusion. It's known to be very connected spiritually and very connected to its imagination. And there's a sense of duality. When we look at Pisces, it's often represented by like two koi fish moving in the same direction. And kind of makes me think of Avatar: The Last Airbender, where they have like the moon and the ocean spirits. And so with Pisces, sometimes we think that we associate with Pisces this necessity for a Piscean person to take extra measures to ensure that they are balanced, because sometimes they can get lost in like illusion and in fantasy or in their creativity. Now, Pisces is ruled by Neptune. And when we're looking at the 12th house, we're looking at our subconscious. The book also describes it as our inner child's world. And it says that it's not only representative of who we are when nobody's watching, but also how our fate is linked to everything. And it reminds us to remember that we are cells within an organism of the divine. So one of the major roles of our 12th house is to balance our sense of self and our sense of community self, or ourselves within the community. If we are too focused on ourselves, we can become negligent of other people's needs. But if we become too focused on our role in the community, we can become negligent of our own needs. Now, with this card being in reverse, what I feel is that there was a very heavy imbalance at this point in time for the Wrath person. And it could have been in any way. This could have been somebody who was kind of overconsumed by their sense of spirituality or by their fantasies and imagination, or this could have been somebody who completely shut out their spirituality or their imagination and focused only on the physical realm. I feel like this person was in a position where they felt that they had to protect themselves, whether it was from outsiders or even from themselves. Like if this is somebody who had at some point in their life experienced extreme emotions, this is somebody who may have learned how to kind of tune those emotions out and shut them down. I don't think that this person was very in touch with themselves. I think they were kind of on autopilot. And with this Wrath card here, God, there is a lot of anger, a lot of fear and resentment. I think it's interesting, just kind of how Wrath is depicted. This person may have, this is a little bit strange, but this person may have been into like anime or manga. This does just very much remind me of depictions of kind of zombified characters within those art forms, especially like in Sailor Moon, how the monsters are creatures that have like these little shards in them. And, it could be a toaster and there's a shard in a toaster and then it turns into the toaster monster. And a lot of them have kind of this emaciated look to them. And this person could have even been struggling with mental health issues. So it could be that they were struggling heavily with depression, or maybe, for instance, if if the Wrath person has bipolar disorder, they may have been struggling with that. Like maybe they were on some medication that made them feel like a robot or zombified, where just their senses were kind of numbed and it wasn't necessarily intentional to them. There could also have just been a substance abuse problem here as well. Or even having how do I want to say it? Maybe this person, like for myself, when I was younger, I just used to sleep a lot because I didn't want to exist in the world, you know? So I think this person may have either engaged in substance abuse behaviors or in other forms of escapism so that they didn't have to really experience the world or experience their inner world. Now, Wrath, this card does talk about it being the sin of anger, rage, and revenge, and cautions against being consumed by hatred. It's interesting because when we have the 12th house in reverse and we talk about like spirituality or connection to the divine, this could potentially describe an area in Wrath's life where they were really resisting religion or spirituality. There could be a lot of religious trauma that was associated with this. Or maybe it's just something they never grew up believing in spirituality or religion. Because wrath is one of the 7 deadly sins. And the sword is going through, it looks like it's going through the gut, but the book itself talks about going through the heart. And it's interesting how this creature, even though it's been pierced through a fairly dangerous area, it's still holding the sword and still continuing on, as if even in spite of feeling broken and abused and downtrodden, it still is fueled by that sense of needing to protect itself or needing to exact revenge or giving into that anger. We have 25 with protective nest. One thing that I noticed was, one thing that I found interesting was that 25 is half of 50. So I feel like this could either talk about this, like if you are the wrath person, and say like you're 40 years old right now, this could indicate being like at a time when you were 20. I think this also could just talk about feeling stuck, feeling like I'm halfway there and I'm on my way and I'm feeling feeling kind of stuck, like there's this rut, there's this hurdle, and like there's an objective that the wrath person has in mind, whether it's like, if I can just make it to 18, I'll be at my parents' house, or if I could just get up out of bed, I could shower and I could eat and then I would feel so much better. But there's this sense of being incomplete and struggling to close this cycle. Now, the protective nest talks about motherhood, being a protector, being a creator, the act of incubation. So she's got these 3 eggs up here in this nest above her hair. And then we've got like this crow or raven there. And in the book, this scene is described as like these 3 eggs are ideas that are already placed out into the world. But then you have this large egg that she's kind of hidden underneath her skirt. And so this could be reflective of the wrath person being transparent to an extent about their life, their thoughts, but there may have been something bigger that they were struggling with, or something that they didn't otherwise express. This could also talk about having a secret plan, a secret goal. But this also, I feel, could potentially talk about having a negative relationship potentially with like a mother figure or of the feminine self within, whether the wrath person is feminine, masculine, non-binary, agender. But this card warns of being too overprotective or too harsh, and understanding how our words or actions affect what they call like fledgling souls. So the wrath person could have been an elder sibling who may have had a relationship with their siblings, their younger siblings, where they felt very protective over them. Or maybe there was a lot of tension between them and their younger siblings because they may have felt they had more responsibility and that their younger siblings were not held to the same standards. This could talk about a feminine figure in one's life, whether that was like a mother, an aunt, a grandmother, that maybe was overprotective, or even abusive in some ways. This could talk about having like a hot and cold relationship with a feminine figure, or one's own sense of femininity, of having times where the wrath person may have felt more safe to be like gentle or let their walls down or to care for other people, and other times may have felt very much on the defensive and insecure, and like they had to put up walls and toughen up and be harsher. Now we go over to person B, who we will henceforth be calling Lavender person. They're represented by the moon. And the moon also deals with things like illusions and spirituality. And I've really enjoyed this reading because there have been so many synchronicities between the different piles. So it's almost like in each reading, it was almost like two halves of a whole, you know? You could see how they were different in many ways, but also how they had potentially complementary issues. Where, you know, like for instance, person A could have struggled with expressing themselves and person B could have struggled with listening. Things like that. But could have excelled at talking and could have excelled at listening. And so here we see almost a totally different quality within the lavender person regarding like their spirituality and their intuition. You know, the moon talks about perception, and here in the 12th house we've got introspection, which is a sort of perception. So I feel like the lavender person is somebody who was more spiritual, more in tune, with a higher level of understanding, or even just like more creative, more in touch with their emotions, more able to communicate with others how they were feeling. So the moon rules Cancer, and Cancer is kind of known for having a hard exterior, a soft interior. They're known to be like the nurturing sign of the zodiac, but also can be a sign that struggles with allowing themselves to be nurtured. The moon also rules emotions, personal motivations, how we experience and express feelings, and how we nurture and need nurturance. With the moon being upright in this situation, I do feel that the lavender person was somebody who was healthier in this respect, whereas I feel the wrath person may have had a lot of blockages and may have struggled to express themselves or feel safe with their emotions, And with the relationships with others, I feel like the lavender person was more in touch with that. Also, I'm noticing this kind of looks like one of Sailor Moon's like little, what is it, the crystal compact. So Sailor Moon might be a thing here. Now all of a sudden I'm hearing Moon Prism Power Activate. I'm sorry. So the the lavender person might have also been into anime and manga. Maybe they were into like magical pretty girl, the magical pretty girl genre, but it doesn't have to be. There could even be a connection where maybe the two of you have met. If I assume this is like, if this is somebody you know, we're assuming that everybody is like knows each other at this point, but I'm open to also the possibility that there are some viewers who may be asking about a future connection that they have yet to meet and what would have happened had they met them sooner. But this could indicate somebody that when you did meet, you may have met at like an anime convention, or that may be something that happens between the two of you. Anyway, I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself. We've got lavender here, and as we discussed already, lavender is a very calming energy. It's very fragrant, and so it's kind of hard to miss. It's also just a beautiful, calming color, and I also think of the term like lavender marriage. You know, we're bringing that up a lot in today's society again. The concept of like, especially two queer people who are not each other's preferred sex, joining into a marriage contract for a variety of reasons. That could be something that has happened with the lavender person, or that if you two are the same sex, or if, for instance, I don't know if that would work. Does gender identity play a role in lavender marriage? I'm getting a little ahead of myself. Anyway, I'll Google that because that's an interesting question to me. This is somebody who I think does tend to, or at least at this point in their life, would have tended to dress very well. Somebody who may have come from somewhat of a more affluent background, or at the very least knew how to put an appearance together that very much complimented them. And it talks about serenity, calmness, and taking care of oneself. This may have been very much a priority for the lavender person at this life. This could have always been a priority. They may have had like a very nurturing family household. They may have gone through therapy at some point in their life. Maybe they just kind of have the tendency of being calm. But this is somebody who I think, whether it was like learned or inherent, they were able to access their emotions, but not be ruled by them. And it does seem like, especially when we've got the Queen Bee card here and the Moon, I feel like this person definitely was at a point where they prioritize the needs of others quite frequently. And because like all of this is fairly positive, I don't think it was at the detriment to them, to their own needs. But the Queen Bee is a card of strength, growth, motherhood. That's another thing that was a synchronicity between these two cards here. These two cards in every situation had synchronicities. The first set was both characters were holding umbrellas. The second set was both characters were holding balloons. This time it's both are described as being related to motherhood. And whereas there's some level of secrecy here with the Wrath's card, Protective Nest, the Queen Bee has, to me, comes off as a little bit more open, a little bit more inviting, a little bit more transparent. You know, she's got like these flowers here, and she's allowing the bees to rest on her underneath them. And her skirt is described as kind of being like a honeycomb hive for the bees. And so the bees are free to come and go as they want to. Whereas this egg, granted, the egg is not a mobile object yet. It's not a bird, but it's hidden behind the skirt here. Oh, it's very, ooh, thank you, universe. It's interesting too. The bird eats the bee. So there could have been some sweet and salty here, but the bee can bite back as well. But the Queen Bee card is described as somebody who is big and strong, but also gentle and mothering and nurturing, and how basically her children are the children of the earth and she is Mother Nature. So if I were to classify these as characters within the tarot, I would say the Protective Nest is more reminiscent of the Queen of Swords, whereas the Queen Bee is the Empress. And so for the Moon person, they may have had very healthy relationships with females in their life, especially mother figures, and they may themselves have a healthy relationship with their own inner sense of femininity. I think this is somebody who if they've nurtured others, like for instance within their family, let's compare these two within a similar scenario. I feel like they may have nurtured their family like with joy. It may have, whether it was put upon them and they were just happy to take on that role because it fulfilled some of their own soul needs, or whether it was just something that came naturally to them. I think they took pleasure in that. Whereas I feel like the Wrath person, if they were forced to like take care of people within their family, I feel like there was a heaviness to it, a sense of responsibility and duty, and thus some resentment. Okay. Woo. I feel like with all of the piles, and I've kind of already established this, but with all of the piles, it was just two very different people. Yeah. And I mean, we can then look at it as, you know, if you want to look at it as like the concept of a twin flame, or just like a deep soul connection. But with the relationships that we're asking about in all three piles, I do feel that there are just such strong bonds here, and that there are lessons that maybe we could still learn from each other in the present, even if, like, for instance, you're the Wrath person and you are currently in a relationship with the Lavender person. You may not embody the Wrath persona anymore. That may have been something you overcame, but I think this just demonstrates, like, there's the both of you, I think, are what each other wanted. I don't like to say needs, but I think there's this energetic connection because each soul here was like, I want this energy. Like, I like this person's energy. Of course, I'm going to get people who are going to be like, no, I don't want anything to do with them. So we have, I think it's 6 questions, yes, that we are going to be looking at for each side. And this is in relation to our imaginary scenario that takes place during these situations. So if you are thinking back to either of these personalities and you're like, at no point in my life did I ever embody either one of these, you might just be right there. No, you might just want to choose another pile. But just remember, these aren't current energies. These are past energies. So the first question will be the first impression. The second, and this is for each person, so the first impression Wrath had of lavender. The second question is how Wrath perceived themselves in comparison to lavender. The third question will be what Wrath noticed first about lavender, which I will argue, in case there's any confusion, is different from a first impression. I feel like a first impression is all-encompassing, or at least a broader perspective. What first is noticed can be something much smaller. Number 4 is what Wrath would have liked about lavender. Number 5 is what Wrath would have disliked about lavender. And then number 6 would be what actions would Wrath have taken towards lavender. And then we'll do the vice versa. And always, I gotta say, group 3, whenever I get to group 3, y'all have the benefit. I hope you see that. Because I usually do my readings in order. And so I feel like because I've done 2 other readings before your group, I have a little bit more insight. Or I can at least explain how your situation is unique compared to the other 2. Because the first one, I don't have that kind of information. I don't have a different reading that I did in the same video. And the second one, I only have the first one to compare it to. So, but the energies have been very different. As far as like the scenarios and the impressions, all right, got my hairs everywhere. So, what would Wrath have thought? Okay. First impression. I kind of want to get one more card. I'm a little bit scared to ask that because sometimes I'm like, I'll just get one more card. And then like 10 fall out. It's not 10, but it's more than I would have liked. But okay. That's for like the first impression. How Wrath would have perceived themselves in comparison to lavender. Brah. I'm not taking all these. No. I learned how to say no in Afrikaans. Yeah. Okay, how they would have perceived okay. What Wrath would have noticed first. Okay. What Wrath would have liked. Makes sense. The Devil with the 2 of Daggers in reverse and the 5 of Flames in reverse. What Wrath would have disliked. We have the Judgment card in reverse and the Five of Cups. And then what actions would Wrath have taken towards Lavender? We've got the Ten of... I feel like once I was like, oh, give me another extra card. I feel like Wrath was like, you want me to talk more? I'm going to talk more. The Two of Flames. And the Star in reverse. Okay, and then we have the Moon in reverse with the Eight of Cups in reverse. Okay, we're gonna talk about that in a second. All right. We can't even really see those ones, but we'll move them up as we continue. We'll make room. So, the first impression that Wrath would have had about Lavender. It's interesting how with Wrath we have these swords, and the first card that came out was the Four of Daggers. And it, it's like you've got these knives that are going every which way. I feel like, and look how begrudging Regina is. Oh my God. I feel like the first impression that the dagger person would have had about, not the dagger person, sorry, Wrath would have had about Lavender is that it may have been the first time they didn't feel defensive about somebody. And I think that would have been very frustrating for them. I think that the Wrath person was at this point in their life very used to just shutting people out automatically. And I feel like the Lavender person is somebody that they wouldn't have felt like they wanted to or that they had to, that they didn't see any negative motivations or any ulterior motives from the Lavender person towards them. Let me get a drink. I think there's a sense of the Lavender person, not the Lavender, well, I guess, the Lavender person kind of exuding like this, maybe you can call it innocence, but more like authenticity. It seems like the Lavender person was probably, at least I think the Wrath person would have perceived them as, a safe, calm individual. And I think the only thing that would have concerned the Wrath person about the Lavender person is that they wouldn't have found them concerning. And I don't think they would have looked at the Lavender person as like potentially being somebody who had a good mask. Like, oh, what are they hiding? I think they just would have just thought like, shit, what's wrong with me? Like, why do I feel more relaxed around them? Why do I feel more comfortable around them? Why am I telling them things that I wouldn't normally say? Why don't I feel like putting up a barricade or being aggressive and shutting them out? How they would have seen themselves in comparison to the Lavender person is as a hot mess. I think the Lavender person would have made them, they would have seen the Lavender person as being somebody who had more of their life put together, which could potentially have been accurate, but it may not have been. And I think they would have seen the ways in in which specifically they were a hot mess. Maybe in the ways that they viewed themselves, maybe the ways in which they communicated with other people, how they interacted in their relationships. Maybe like if they were somebody who was taking care of a family member or something, they would see the gratitude and the gentleness in the lavender person. And I think that without the other person even intending for this, the wrath person would have taken that and reflected upon like, oh, look how nice the lavender person is to their family. Oh my God, scared the crap out of me. Hey. You know, like look how they don't get angry when someone asks them for help. Or even if like, look at the kind of relationship that they have with their mother or their grandmother. Like their grandparent is so nice and so considerate, and like they actually seem to like each other. They could have seen the lavender person as somebody who maybe didn't feel as intensely as what they did. And they may have felt a little self-conscious, like if they did struggle with mental illness, or personality disorders, or just, you know, being neurodivergent in any context, they may have felt a little bit of insecurity in that respect when thinking about themselves. The first impression that the wrath person would have had about the lavender person, and you know, I interpreted this in such a different way, because I think it was group 2 got this card in the what person A didn't like about person B, or what person B didn't, one of them. And the 10 of Flames is the 10 of Wands. It can talk about like chaos, or it can talk about feeling overburdened. And I kind of like, I kind of still took it as in the previous reading where this showed up as like someone doing too much, like being too active. But in this reading, the feeling I got is what they noticed first. What they would have noticed about the lavender person is like how hot they are. I think there would have been an incredible physical attraction. And it could have even been an emotional attraction. You know, maybe for instance, if the wrath person is somebody who is more like what we would like deem as like an alternative sexual identity, like demisexual or sapiosexual, it doesn't necessarily have to be like a physical attraction. It can be like a mental or emotional one. But I think that the wrath person would have seen lavender walk in and like just wanted to melt, even if it didn't show on their face. And maybe that would be part of the reason. Part of the reason why they would have gotten so frustrated is because they could have potentially felt like at the mercy of their hormones or their heart or their infatuation. Now, what they would have liked about the lavender person. We have the Devil here, which is related to Capricorn, and Capricorn's kind of one of the big daddies to me of the zodiac. Capricorns get things done. They know what they want. They're very practical and stable. But there can be that like attachment to material items or to like substances or feelings. But we've got the 2 of Daggers in reverse, and that can talk about like indecision or not making a choice. And then the 5 of Flames in reverse. Oh, okay, I get it. What Wrath would have liked about lavender is that lavender wouldn't have shied away from them. Wrath could have, at this point in their life, maybe exhibited some like obsessive tendencies. And we're not talking like stalking or abuse or anything like that. But, you know, like, especially when we're younger and we get into that puppy love. This could also even talk about, for instance, like, if they had a particular obsession with, like, bugs or, like a certain comic book or historical facts or whatever. I feel like what they would have appreciated is the lavender person not shying away from that. I think the lavender person would have been somebody who would have listened and engaged with Wrath about these topics of their interest. Or if this was like a strong infatuation that Wrath had with lavender, I don't think that lavender would have deterred it. I don't think that they would have shut Wrath out, which could have been potentially an insecurity that Wrath had. Maybe they were used to being rejected or didn't feel worthy. This could also be because it does seem like Wrath tends to exhibit some sort of cold tendencies, and the lavender person may not have been put off by that. The lavender person could be like, yo, you done being a dick? And Wrath would have been like, maybe. I feel what this indicates is that had Wrath met lavender, at this point in their life, they would have been accepted. And that would have been very refreshing for them. I think one thing that they wouldn't have liked about lavender is, what I'm getting is with the Judgment card in reverse and the 5 of Cups. I feel like Wrath, with how intuitive lavender is, would have kind of expected lavender to be able to read everything about them. And I feel like this connection could have been like, if lavender wouldn't have noticed that Wrath was upset about something, and then Wrath would get upset about not being noticed, about it being upset. They may not have known how to properly communicate, or they may not have recognized that they weren't as open and transparent. And so if lavender wouldn't have been able to anticipate what their moods were, I think that would have been upsetting to Wrath. And what that demonstrates is at this point in time, Wrath was probably a very emotionally immature person, a very emotionally stunted, which, hey, been there, you know. Doesn't mean that's how Wrath person is now, but I think they really struggled in what healthy expectations were to have in relationships and in connections. Now, what their actions would have been the 10 of plastics with the 2 of flames and the Star in reverse. I think with the Star being in reverse, to me what that signifies right now is a delay. It could have been that had Wrath and lavender met at this period of time, Wrath may not have engaged with lavender initially. They might have been somebody who was more observant, sitting in the background, trying to anticipate how they would be received. But ultimately, I think that they would have tried to build something strong with Lavender. And what I see there is that does involve change. You know, we see Katie right here. She's breaking the tiara, and the 10 of plastics is the 10 of the 10 of pentacles. And so we're breaking this tiara. We're saying basically, like, down with the regime. You know, we're not doing this anymore. And then we go here with the 2 of flames, and this is more so along the lines of like when Katie first gets to the school, but you can see she's more relaxed. She's in plainer clothes. She's in a situation where she seems happier and more authentic and not trying to dominate or pretend to be someone or something that she's not. And so I do feel that Wrath would have developed some level of conscientiousness, and they would have worked on themselves. But I do think also that it would have been a struggle for them. Again, with this Star card in reverse, there may have been underlying insecurities that they would have experienced disruptions in this progress. It could even be that like old patterns of behavior would still occasionally come up. I mean, that happens. You know, when you're trying to heal, you don't heal all in once. And sometimes the healing is lifelong. You know, we relapse into old behaviors at times. The important thing is, do we hold ourselves accountable when we do that? Do we apologize to people that it may have negatively affected when we do that? And do we find ways in which we will try to improve? So the end of the energy here was the moon in reverse with the 8 of cups in reverse. So I feel like this connection would have exposed, because the moon in reverse can talk about truths coming to light, mysteries being revealed. But with the 8 of cups in reverse, I believe this talks about how a major influence. And then we have justice in reverse as well. I think this, and the Wheel of Fortune. I think what this connection would have potentially done for the Wrath person would have been to highlight to them that they were kind of perpetuating their own negative cycles. You know, like, it's not that we're not allowed to be upset when shitty things happen to us or people are unfair to us. You know, it's not that we're not allowed to acknowledge if we have, like, if our parents are toxic or whatnot. But the only thing we can really control is how we react to things. And the Wrath person was stuck at this point in their life in a very negative cycle, and they weren't understanding fully or acknowledging that they were continuing that. They were, and especially if they struggled, like if they were on medications that were not cooperative with their body chemistry and their mind chemistry, or if they were not seeking therapy, and were just kind of raw dogged mental illness, which, hey, been there. This is something that could have been very, very hard to see. You know, it makes life difficult to experience outside of our own heads. So I think that if Wrath and Lavender would have connected earlier, they would have gotten to a point where they could have seen potentially like, hey, I'm perpetuating my own misery. And not because I think the lavender person fixed them or did it for them. I kind of think because, you know, I mean, we can never fix anybody. It's nobody else's responsibility to fix us. But I do think that potentially just the way the lavender person existed at this point in time could have been an example that, because it's just who the lavender person was, it could have been inspiration for wrath. All right, now we're going to use the Disney Villain Tarot for the lavender person. So what would have Lavender's first impression been of wrath? The King of Swords in reverse. And how would Lavender have perceived themselves in relation to wrath? No, I'm sorry. Inconceivable. The devil. Okay, we got a. Well, where do you want this one to go? Just put that back. What Lavender would have noticed first about wrath? Okay. What Lavender would have liked about wrath. That's too much. And max like 3 cards for a question, please. Okay, I'm going to ask for a little bit more clarity on that one. So that's the 8 of Coins in reverse. What would Lavender have liked? Yeah, screw it. We got the 3 of Wands in reverse, the 2 of Wands. Oh, okay. The Tower and then Death in reverse. Okay, that makes so much sense. What would they have disliked about wrath? Fair. Just gonna move these up here. We got the 8 of Cups. And then what actions would they have taken towards wrath? One, wait, did I? Wait, no. Oh, yeah, because these were all individual. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. The Hierophant in reverse. And then the bottom energy is the Queen of Cups in reverse. The Hanged Man in reverse. Okay. So, I feel like we could definitely have like an air sign, a water sign, a fire sign, an earth sign. And you're like, oh, those are all the same, you got all 4 elements. Yeah. But I mean, like, a sign. Signs that are opposing in some way. Even if it's not like their sun signs, maybe like their Mercury or their Mars. Or their moon, probably. So the first impression that Lavender would have had of Wrath, the King of Swords in reverse, they would have seen them as very mentally stunted, honestly. And not like dumb. Not like that. But like, I think that Lavender would have seen Wrath as somebody who may not have had a lot of knowledge or experience, or like they were very stubborn and not willing to expand their perspective. I think Lavender would have seen them as somebody who was quick to anger and somebody who did not relent and could be quite harsh. Somebody who wasn't afraid to cut off communication if something wasn't going the way that they wanted it to. Someone very blunt. How they would have perceived themselves in comparison to the Wrath person. So we have the Devil. The Lavender person might have had at this point in their life a little bit of a complex. They might have seen themselves as more resourceful, more accomplished, maybe even more desirable, because like, hey, now I'm thinking of Tim Curry as like the Prince of Darkness from Legend. Oh, he was fine. But they might have had a little bit of an ego on their head about like feeling as if they were in a position of power or in a position where people desired them, whether it was for their body or for their mind, their skills. Which makes sense because we got like a little, like we talked about the tuxedo here. They may have had at this point in their life their own like inner demons or their darknesses. I feel like Wrath, well, I said that Wrath didn't necessarily see Lavender as innocent. I do think that Wrath may not have, at this point in time, may not have been aware, wouldn't have been aware of maybe some own struggles or darknesses that Lavender experienced within them. So Lavender may have seen themselves as, I mean, it's giving me this energy of kind of like, okay, Wrath is cute. They think they're such a baddie. They have no idea what kind of person I am. Like, they have no idea how messed up I am, and maybe that's why they've had to focus so much on serenity and nurturing and calm, because maybe they have had their own feelings of like anger and frustration and resentment and insecurities, and it may have been something that they did exhibit. It could also be something that they never released to the rest of the world, but it's something that they felt inside. I feel like Wrath may have been younger than Lavender. Well, I mean, I get these. Wrath may be the younger person, but maybe not necessarily. I don't know. I'm just, because Lavender is kind of giving me, if they're not the younger person, then I feel like, oh God, they could be any, I don't know. Anyway, the Chariot. It's just the look on her face. I'm sorry. I can't get over the look on Cruella's face. Not gonna lie, this scene where she crashes her vehicle scared the crap out of me. It was just like the crazy way they animated it. I was terrified of this woman as a child. I feel like what Lavender would have noticed about them is potentially aggressive behavior that was also erratic. Like maybe Wrath got into a lot of fights in school, or was very aggressive at work, or just had an attitude in the neighborhood, you know. So it could have been that Lavender would have been likely to see them in some sort of confrontation. Or just wigging out about something that wasn't even that big of a deal. They could have also seen Wrath as somebody who was making very strong claims about themselves. Like yo, don't mess with me. I'm going to be a big music producer someday. You know, whatever. And so there's clearly a direction. Lavender definitely would have seen Wrath as somebody who took control of their own lives, but in a way that was erratic, maybe dangerous, maybe without much reason or direction. Then what Lavender would have liked. What I'm seeing with the Eight of Coins in reverse and the Three of Wands in reverse. I'm getting a few scenarios, and don't forget it ties into the Two of Wands with the Tower and then Death in reverse. On one hand, they may have seen Wrath as somebody who didn't try to force something. Like, for instance, if other people didn't want to be around them, fuck it. They didn't need to be around them. They weren't going to try to force friendship on them or force them to talk to them or whatever. If there was a goal that they had and it just got to be too much of a headache, they didn't have a problem walking away from it. It might have been a temporary setback, but it seems like Lavender would have seen that Wrath did have some limits. But with the Two of Wands and the Tower and Death in reverse, what this signifies to me is that Lavender would have seen Wrath as somebody who was creative. And somebody who, when they were falling apart, like when Wrath was falling apart or when things were falling apart around them, was able to salvage something. You know, like, for instance, if Wrath struggled with a drinking problem at this point in their life and they went on a drinking binge and Lavender had met them in college, you know, they could see how maybe destroyed Wrath was, went on this drinking binge, but you know what? After Wrath got it out of their system, They own their shit. They went back. They didn't drink and drink and drink and drink. They just kind of needed to let loose a little bit. And they came back and went, okay, like, I'm ready to get my shit together. Maybe I need to talk to my therapist or change medication, or got that out of my system. Now I'm going to get to this project, or I'm going to go talk to this person who pissed me off. I feel like there's something here about, like, things that could have potentially spiraled. And it's very likely that they did, but that Wrath was able to overcome it. It's kind of like my best friend told me one time. He said, Amber, you are the strongest person I've ever met. I have seen you fall completely apart and pick yourself back up again. And so I want that quote with the tower kind of reminiscent somewhere in that, because I used to be terrified of the tower card. Like, I hated the tower card because I was so scared of sudden destructive change. Now you know what card I hate right now? Fucking Temperance. That bitch, leave me alone. I'm trying to balance. She follows me everywhere. But I think that Lavender would have seen a certain level of, like, resilience and durability within Wrath, and a certain execution of boundaries that they would have really appreciated. Now, what they would have disliked, because we have the Eight of Cups in reverse. What that makes me think of is repeating the same patterns. So while they would be able to walk away from situations or for people or whatever that they didn't feel were harmonious with their life, I feel like what Lavender wouldn't have liked about Wrath is the fact that they would be recognizing that it wasn't necessarily the external environment or influences that were problems. It was internal for Wrath. And so Wrath might end up cutting off a lot of people because Wrath doesn't know how to communicate. Wrath doesn't know how to anticipate their own needs or how to anticipate other people's needs, or Wrath keeps getting involved with people who are cheaters or liars, or negligent, what have you. And Lavender might have just looked at Wrath and been like, yo, you keep allowing this into your life. You can blame all these people that you want, or like, hey, you keep getting bad reviews on your projects. It's not because the idea isn't good. It's because you don't put the time and attention into it. You're not planning it out well enough. You're just kind of overnighting it. So I think what Lavender would have disliked about Wrath is their inability to change their own inner reality to encourage a more harmonious external reality. And actions that Lavender would have taken, with the Hierophant being in reverse, we can look at that as either they wouldn't have really taken action. I definitely feel that this is not somebody who would have, like, for instance, if this is concerning a romantic interest or like a current partner or a future partner, I don't think at this point in time that Lavender would have tried to create something official with Wrath. And if it was like a school environment or like friendship or work, I don't think that they necessarily would have invited Wrath into their inner circle, because I think that they would have seen Wrath as somebody who could potentially disturb their inner peace. And while they seem okay with Wrath, they also are just thinking like, Wrath needs to work on themselves. Like, they got potential, but I'm not here for potential. We can also see this as somebody who maybe just has a non-traditional connection. So this could have been like, maybe they would have taken them as a romantic or sexual partner, but it might not have been monogamous, or it might not have been like official, or it could just be like they would have kept intermittent communication. They see them in the hall and they say hey, but they're not necessarily going to go sit next to them at the lunch table, kind of thing, you know? And then the actions that we have, how this would have affected them. I think it would look at that shocked face of his. I think it would have caused them, especially with the World here. We have the Queen of Cups in reverse with the Hanged Man in reverse, and the World. So I think it would have kind of alerted Lavender to, hey, I have my own negative feelings, or there are things buried within me that I didn't recognize. And I think it would have helped them complete some of those cycles. So now, finally, we're going to get some charmers. I want to redo like these little word thingies because they're just kind of a pain in the ass. But I've been looking for this. Okay, so this definitely means this is my pile. Fine. Would I have been the wrath person? So this is my amber pendant, and I couldn't remember what I did with it, but it just ended up in there. So I guess, yeah, okay, fine. That's confirmation for me. We've got anchor. So someone could have connections to the ocean here, or it could have like an anchor tattoo, be inspired by like beach, what is it? Beach decor, or it could just have like talking about a sense of feeling anchored. We have power outage. These are already, oh, no, not completely. We have a glass of wine here, so that could have been a first date. Maybe someone works in a bar, maybe someone has a substance problem. New York could be of significance. Lemon, someone could really enjoy lemons, or someone could have like a citrus allergy. Someone could like the smell of lemons. We have Axe, could be like Axe body spray. Maybe someone's a lumberjack. Maybe someone likes to live in the forest. We have Virgo, just me. We have Pisces, which we talked about because of, so I probably am freaking wrath person. I know. We have 555, which can be a number of like disruption. I'm just going to pull some more since my necklace sneaked up on me. I don't remember putting that in there. Oh my god, I didn't mean this. We got circle, dot, dot. I got my cootie shot. We have the color purple, which is also a very good book. We've got, this came out in the last pile too. Two little fairies. So this could talk about like a childhood, like questioning about our childhood. This could talk about a same-sex relationship. This could talk about a relationship that's like a soul connection or twin flames. Or just like, twin, where have you been? Nobody knows me like you do. Okay, we've got an open book. So someone here could be an open book. Someone could be a writer. Someone could have met in church or be going to church. We have 2 hearts. So there definitely is, I feel like, a heart connection here. But this can also talk about, like, I'm specifically getting like mother and child connection. Like, obviously, not really. I mean, this could be about someone's mother and child relationship. But, you know, we did talk a lot about mothers and stuff here. We have the Tree of Life. That could also talk about family tree. We have, or like Celtic backgrounds. We have a flower, so there's a certain level of harmony and blossoming here. And then we also have scissors, so that could be cord cutting. All right, group number 3. If you enjoyed this reading, please let me know how in the comment section down below and give this video a thumbs up. Also, if you'd like to join our family, you can do so by hitting the subscribe button and the notification bell so whenever I upload a new video, you find out. Bye.